The night over Rome is calm. Torches flicker softly along stone streets, and the great city breathes like a living thing. Somewhere beyond the Forum, the Tiber flows in silence. This is the Rome Augustus wanted, a Rome at peace. Not loud with conquest, not drunk on triumph, but steady, ordered, and enduring. He was not the most brilliant general, nor the most charismatic speaker. Yet no Roman changed history more quietly or more completely than Augustus. He was born Gaius Octavius in 63 BCE, a sickly boy from a respectable but unremarkable family. Rome at the time was loud, violent, and exhausted. Civil wars had torn the Republic apart. Generals marched on their own city. Senators plotted in shadows. Into this chaos stepped Octavius, the adopted son of Julius Caesar. When Caesar was murdered, Rome expected fire and blood. What it did not expect was a young man who would outlast everyone. Octavius learned early that survival in Rome did not belong to the strongest, but to the most patient. He watched others overreach, speak too boldly, and die too quickly. While Mark Antony thundered and threatened, Octavius listened. While rivals boasted of loyalty to the Republic, Octavius quietly gathered power. He understood something crucial. Romans hated kings, but they loved stability. If power was wrapped in tradition and restraint, they would accept it. The civil wars that followed Caesar's death were brutal. Armies clashed across Italy, Greece, and Egypt. Yet Octavius rarely presented himself as a tyrant. He called himself first citizen, not ruler. When he finally defeated Antony and Cleopatra at Actium in 31 BCE, the world lay open before him. Egypt fell, the Mediterranean was his, and no rival remained. But Augustus did something extraordinary. He pretended to give power back to the Senate. In 27 BCE, he announced that the Republic had been restored. Senators applauded. Rome celebrated. In reality, Augustus kept control of the army, the provinces, and the treasury. Power did not vanish. It simply became invisible. This was his greatest achievement. He ruled without shouting, commanded without appearing to command. Rome was no longer a republic, but it felt like one. And that illusion mattered. Augustus believed peace was stronger than conquest. He ended nearly a century of civil war and ushered in the Pax Romana, a period of stability that lasted over 200 years. Roads stretched across continents, trade flourished, law replaced chaos. A man could travel from Spain to Syria under Roman protection. For ordinary people, this peace was not abstract. It meant food, safety, and predictable life. Augustus understood that an empire survives not on victories, but on routines. He rebuilt Rome itself, not as a conqueror's monument, but as a city of order and beauty. Temples rose, forums expanded, and marble replaced crumbling brick. Augustus famously said he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble. But his real construction was moral. He promoted family values, marriage laws, and traditional Roman virtues. Whether people followed these ideals mattered less than believing in them. Belief created unity. Yet Augustus was not gentle. His quietness hid iron. He exiled his own daughter for scandal. He eliminated enemies efficiently. Mercy was calculated, cruelty selective. He knew fear must exist, but never dominate. Unlike later emperors, he did not rule through terror. He ruled through inevitability. Resistance felt pointless. Augustus was simply there, permanent. As years passed, Romans forgot what life had been like before him. Children grew up knowing only peace. Senators aged under his steady presence. Even opposition softened into acceptance. Augustus did not demand love. He accepted loyalty, and he waited. Time itself became his ally. In private, his life was marked by illness and loss. He was often sick, physically weak, and emotionally burdened. Many of his chosen heirs died young. Succession haunted him. The empire he built was vast, but fragile without the right hands. Eventually, he settled on Tiberius, a capable but reluctant successor. Augustus prepared Rome carefully, leaving instructions, systems, and habits strong enough to survive him. When Augustus died in the 14th CE, Rome did not collapse. There was no panic, no sudden war. Power passed on. That alone proved his greatness. Empires usually depend on force. Augustus built one that depended on structure. He did not just rule Rome, he redesigned how Rome worked. Today, when we think of emperors, we imagine gold crowns and roaring crowds. Augustus wore no crown. He avoided grand titles. His genius was restrained. He understood that the loudest power burns fastest, while quiet power endures. The Roman Empire, in its true form, began not with a shout, but with a whisper. And so, as the lamps of ancient Rome dim and the city settles into sleep, remember Augustus, not as a conqueror, but as a patient architect of order. The quiet man who built an empire and then taught it how to last. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. Close your eyes now. Let the marble columns and the noise of the great city fade into the background. Let the years unravel, drifting backward through time, away from the empire, away from the wars, until we find ourselves in the quiet rolling hills of Velletri, a small town southeast of Rome. It is just before dawn on the 23rd of September in the year 63 BCE. The air here smells of damp cypress, wild thyme, and the cool, earthy scent of harvest. The crickets are just finishing their nightly song, and the first grey light of morning touches the vineyards. In a modest house on a street known somewhat unglamorously as Oxhead Lane, a child is being born. This is not a palace. There are no silk curtains fluttering in the breeze, no legions of guards standing watch. It is the home of a wealthy country family, the Octavii, who are respected, certainly, but hardly royalty. In fact, historians have long debated the exact nature of the room where the future master of the world took his first breath. The ancient biographer Suetonius claims it was a tiny room, more like a pantry than a nursery, suggesting that greatness often prefers a humble entrance, perhaps because it leaves more room for improvement later. The baby is a boy, small and fragile, his skin pale against the linen swaddling. He cries, a thin, reedy sound that does not seem likely to echo through history. His father, also named Gaius Octavius, is a busy man, a senator who has his eyes on high office, but today he pauses. In Roman culture, the father must lift the newborn from the floor to officially accept him into the family. As Gaius holds the small squalling bundle, he cannot know that this child will one day be worshipped as a god. He simply sees a son. There is a legend, whispered later by those who loved myths, that on the day of his birth, the Senate was debating the catastrophic conspiracy of Catiline, a plot that threatened to burn Rome to the ground. The story goes that a famous astrologer and senator, Nigidius Figulus, arrived late to the meeting. When he asked why he was delayed, he was told that a child had been born to the Octavius family. Upon hearing the hour of the birth, the astrologer supposedly gasped and declared, "The master of the world is born." It is a beautiful story, though one suspects Nigidius might have just been making an excuse for being late to work. True or not, the contrast is real. While Rome was tearing itself apart with plots and treason in the Forum, in the quiet of Velletri, the solution to all that chaos was sleeping in a basket, unaware that the stars were already wheeling into position above him. The boy, young Gaius, grows up not in the smoke of the capital, but under these wide, open skies. He is a sickly child, often kept indoors when the winds blow too cold, watching the other boys run and fight from a window. This enforced stillness teaches him to watch, to listen, to observe the world, rather than just crash through it. He learns the rhythms of the countryside, the patience of the seasons, how winter must be endured before the spring can be commanded. These are lessons that will serve him better than any sword drill. As the sun rises fully over Velletri, warming the stone walls of his father's house, the baby sleeps, his breathing shallow but steady. Far away in Rome, the Republic is dying, bleeding out from 1,000 cuts. But here in the quiet morning, there is only peace, and a boy who has not yet learned his own name, waiting for the destiny that is slowly, inevitably, marching his way. Time moves swiftly in the memory of the world, dissolving the years of childhood like mist off the morning river. The quiet boy from Velletri is no longer a baby sleeping in a basket. He is a young man of 17, standing on the threshold of a life that is about to become dangerously large. We drift forward now, carried by the currents of history, to the year 46 BCE. The atmosphere has changed. The soft, herbal scents of the Italian countryside have been replaced by the dry, metallic tang of dust and ambition. Gaius Octavius has grown, though not into the thunderous warrior his ancestors might have hoped for. He remains pale, his health a constant, nagging riddle that baffles the best Greek doctors. A sudden wind or a damp evening is enough to confine him to bed for weeks, leaving him frustratingly trapped while the rest of Rome marches on. He has lost his father early. He was only 4 when the elder Octavius died, leaving him to be raised in the house of his mother, Artia. Artia is a force of nature, a woman of sharp intelligence and fierce protective instincts. It is said that Roman mothers were often more formidable than Roman legions, and Artia is no exception. She watches over her son with the vigilance of a hawk guarding a very fragile egg, but hovering above them both, casting a shadow that stretches across the entire Mediterranean, is the figure of his great-uncle, Julius Caesar. By this time, Caesar is not just a general. He is the Colossus of Rome. He has conquered Gaul, crossed the Rubicon, and is currently stamping out the last embers of resistance in the civil war. The scene shifts now, away from the comfort of Rome to the rugged, sun-baked landscape of Hispania, modern-day Spain. The year is 45 BCE. The air here vibrates with heat, shimmering over rocky passes and olive groves. Caesar is engaged in a brutal final campaign against the sons of Pompey, his old rival. It is a messy, desperate war, far from the orderly triumphs of the past. Back in Rome, young Octavius is desperate to join him. He wants to prove that his sickly constitution hides the heart of a Roman man. But nature, as usual, has other plans. Just as he prepares to leave, he collapses with a severe illness. For months, he lies in the dark, fighting fevers that threaten to extinguish his story before it truly begins. We can imagine the frustration, the quiet rage of a young man whose mind is ready to conquer the world, but whose body refuses to get out of bed. Yet, the moment the fever breaks, even before he is fully recovered, he rises. He does not wait for a comfortable entourage. He sets out with a handful of companions and his sheer stubborn will. The journey is a nightmare of logistics and danger. His ship is wrecked off the coast, a terrifying ordeal of splintering wood and dark water that would send most men running back to the safety of the villa. Octavius and his small band wash ashore, battered and soaking, on a hostile coast where enemy patrols roam freely. This is the moment where the myth of the fragile boy begins to crack, revealing the steel underneath. Instead of retreating, he leads his small party across the enemy-infested territory of Spain to find Caesar's camp. Imagine the sensory shock of that arrival. The smell of thousands of unwashed men, the smoke of cooking fires, the clanging of blacksmiths repairing armor, and the sudden, disciplined silence as the soldiers notice the arrival of the skinny teenager who walked through a war zone to get there. When Octavius finally stands before Caesar, he is likely dusty, exhausted, and still looking a bit like a gust of wind might knock him over. But Caesar, the man who judges souls as quickly as he judges battlefields, sees something extraordinary. He sees a boy who refused to stay safe. Historians tell us that Caesar was stunned by this act of grit. He invites Octavius to stay in his tent, to share his carriage, to be at his right hand. This creates a fascinating intimacy. The aging conqueror and the young observer, riding together through the Spanish dust. Scholarly debate still circles around these few months in Spain. Historians argue whether Caesar had already decided to make Octavius his heir before this journey, or if it was precisely this display of determination that sealed the decision. We will never know for sure what was said in the jolting carriage as they rode between camps. Did Caesar share his regrets? Did he teach the boy how to read the mood of a mob, or how to bribe a senator without leaving a paper trail? Or did they mostly sit in companionable silence, two introverts in a world of loud men? It is tempting to imagine Caesar seeing a reflection of his own younger self, or perhaps seeing the one thing he lacked: caution. Caesar was a gambler. Octavius was an actuary. Caesar played to win. Octavius played not to lose. There is a humorous irony here. The greatest soldier in Rome's history, finding his soulmate in a boy who would likely lose a wrestling match to a dedicated librarian. But Caesar knew that Rome didn't need another sword arm. It needed a head. The war in Spain ends, as Caesar's wars always do, in victory. They return to Rome, the uncle and the nephew, bound now by a secret that only one of them fully understands. Octavius returns to his studies, to his quiet life, perhaps thinking he has earned a high-ranking military tribuneship in a few years. He has no idea that the ink is already drying on a document that will change the gravity of the planet. In the hushed, incense-heavy halls of the Temple of Vesta, the Vestal Virgins receive a sealed scroll from Julius Caesar for safekeeping. This is his last will and testament. In the dim light of the temple, protected by the sacred fire that must never go out, the document sits, waiting. Inside, Caesar has done the unthinkable. He has bypassed Mark Antony, his loyal general. He has bypassed the other experienced politicians. He has named Gaius Octavius, the sickly teenager from Velletri, as his adopted son and heir to 3/4 of his massive fortune. It is a time bomb made of parchment. But for now, the bomb does not tick. The year turns to 44 BCE. The winter air over Rome is crisp and cold. Octavius is sent across the Adriatic Sea to Apollonia, in what is now Albania, to complete his education and train with the legions stationed there. It is a sort of study abroad program for future masters of the universe. He takes with him his best friends, Marcus Agrippa and Salvidienus Rufus. Agrippa is everything Octavius is not: broad-shouldered, rugged, a natural soldier, a man who looks like he was carved out of an oak tree. They study philosophy and rhetoric under the grey Grecian sky, debating the nature of the soul and the stars, far away from the snake bit of Roman politics. It is a brief, golden interlude of youth. They are just young men laughing at bad jokes, complaining about the food, dreaming of glory that feels safely distant. Octavius is 18 years old. He feels healthy, perhaps for the first time. The world feels open. He believes he has years to learn, years to grow, years before the heavy mantle of duty falls upon his shoulders. He is wrong. Destiny does not work on a schedule, and history rarely knocks before entering. Back in Rome, the knives are being sharpened. The Ides of March are approaching, and the sun is about to set on the Republic forever. The sun over Apollonia is pale and watery, filtering through high drifting clouds that obscure the sharp peaks of the mountains. It is mid-March, 44 BCE. In the training camps of the Roman legions stationed here, the air is filled with the rhythmic thud of wooden swords against wicker shields and the gruff shouts of centurions drilling young men in the art of disciplined violence. For 18-year-old Octavius, life has found a rhythm. The days are divided between the dusty, sweating exertion of the parade ground and the cool, intellectual quiet of the lecture hall, where Greek tutors drone on about rhetoric and the movement of the planets. He is happy here, or at least as happy as a young man of his serious, watchful temperament can be. He is away from the suffocating scrutiny of his mother, away from the unpredictable moods of the Roman mob. He is simply a student, surrounded by friends who treat him not as a fragile invalid, but as a peer. Marcus Agrippa is there, likely urging him to throw a javelin just a little further, his laughter booming across the field. It is a moment of suspended time, a final innocent breath before the plunge. But 400 miles away, across the choppy grey expanse of the Adriatic Sea, the center of the world is collapsing. We must shift our gaze to Rome, to the 15th of March, the Ides. The sky there is likely overcast. Later, historians would claim the sun itself dimmed in horror, though that is likely just the poetic license of grief. In the stone theatre of Pompey, where the Senate is meeting, the air is thick with tension and the scent of damp wool togas. Julius Caesar takes his seat in a gold-plated chair, unconcerned, dismissing the fears of his wife and the warnings of soothsayers with the arrogance of a man who believes himself untouchable. Then, the signal is given. It happens fast. Not a grand duel, but a scuffle, a panic, a frantic hacking of blades. 23 blows. The greatest man in the world falls, pulling his toga over his face to hide the indignity of death, crashing against the base of a statue of Pompey, his old enemy. Silence does not follow immediately. First, there is a roar, a stampede of terrified senators fleeing the building, leaving the body alone on the blood-slicked stones. But then, the silence does come. A heavy, terrified silence that spreads from the forum out into the streets as shopkeepers shutter their stalls and families bar their doors. The Republic has killed its father. News in the ancient world travels at the speed of a horse's gallop or a ship's sail. It does not flash across screens. It seeps slowly across the landscape like a dark stain. For days, Octavius remains in Apollonia, laughing at dinner, sleeping soundly, unaware that he is now the target of 1,000 shifting plots. It takes nearly 2 weeks for the message to arrive. Imagine the scene: a messenger, exhausted, mud-spattered, riding into the camp. He carries a letter from Octavius's mother, Artia. The seal is broken. The parchment crackles as Octavius unfolds it. The words are stark. Caesar is dead, murdered. Rome is in chaos. Come home or stay away. I do not know which is safer. The world tilts. The ground beneath his feet, once solid, now feels like the deck of a ship in a storm. The noise of the camp seems to fade into a dull buzz. His friends gather around, sensing the shift in atmospheric pressure. Agrippa, impulsive and fiercely loyal, immediately offers a solution that is simple, direct, and very Roman. Take the legions. The army here in Macedonia is loyal to Caesar. They are ready to march. Agrippa suggests they march on Rome now, sword in hand, and avenge the murder in a storm of righteous fury. It is a tempting offer. It is what Mark Antony would have done. It is what Pompey would have done. But Octavius is not those men. This is the first glimpse of the genius that will define him, a supernatural restraint. He looks at the legions, thousands of armed men who would follow him, and he shakes his head. He knows that marching on Rome with an army now would make him just another warlord, another enemy of the state. He is 18. He has no official power, no legal standing. To invade his own country would be suicide. He chooses instead to walk into the lion's den alone. He will go back to Italy, not as a conqueror, but as a private citizen. It is a decision of chilling calculation. He thanks the soldiers for their loyalty, but declines their protection. Scholars and historians still argue about this moment. Was it fear that stopped him, or a precocious political brilliance? Did he lack the nerve to fight, or did he possess the wisdom to know that the time for fighting had not yet come? Given that he would eventually outmaneuver every seasoned politician in Rome, the latter seems likely. He packs his things. The leave-taking is somber. The bright Greek sunlight feels colder now. The crossing of the Adriatic is tense. He sails not to the main port of Brundisium, which might be watched by his enemies, but to a smaller, quieter harbor called Lupiae, near modern-day Lecce. The sea is rough, the boat tossing in the swells, mirroring the turbulence in his mind. He is seasick, of course. Octavius is almost always seasick. But he stays on deck, watching the horizon. When the Italian coast finally rises from the mist, it looks different. It is no longer home. It is a battlefield. They land quietly. The town is small, sleepy. No one knows who he is. He is just another traveler with a small entourage. But here, in this obscure corner of the boot of Italy, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Copies of Caesar's will have been read in Rome, and the rumors have traveled fast, faster even than the official news. People in the market are whispering. They are talking about Caesar's fortune. They are talking about his heir, And for the first time, Octavius hears his own name spoken with a new dangerous weight. Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus. He has been adopted. He is no longer Octavius. In the eyes of the law, he is Caesar. The realization must have been physically staggering. It is one thing to lose an uncle. It is another to inherit a god. The inheritance is a double-edged sword, dipped in gold and poison. On one hand, he is now the son of the most beloved man in Rome, entitled to immense wealth and the loyalty of the veterans. On the other hand, he has just painted a target on his back so large it could be seen from the moon. The men who killed Caesar, Brutus, Cassius, and their fellow conspirators are still in Rome, likely patting themselves on the back for saving liberty. They will not look kindly on a successor rising from the ashes. And Mark Antony, Caesar's right-hand man, will certainly not be pleased to find that his master left everything to a sickly teenager instead of his most loyal general. Octavius stays in Lupiae for a few days, gathering intelligence. He moves cautiously, testing the waters. He lets the news of his presence seep out slowly. He watches how people react. The veterans of Caesar's army begin to hear he is there. They come to see him. Old soldiers with scarred faces and rough hands. Men who marched through Gaul and crossed the Rubicon. They look at this pale, slender boy, so unlike their dead commander, and they weep. They kneel. They call him Caesar. It is a surreal transformation. To them, he is the living ghost of their general. And Octavius, the boy who prefers reading to fighting, looks back at them and accepts their worship. He begins to understand that he has a weapon more powerful than Agrippa's legions. He has a name. And in Rome, a name is magic. D to Rome lies ahead. It is a long journey up the Appian Way, past the tombs of ancestors and the cypress trees standing like sentinels. He walks into a fog of uncertainty. His mother sends frantic letters. Do not come. It is too dangerous. Renounce the inheritance. His stepfather, Philippus, agrees. Stay safe. Be a wealthy private citizen. Don't play games with wolves. They love him. And because they love him, they want him to be a nobody. But the boy who watched the stars in Velletri has vanished. In his place is a young man who has looked into the void of history and decided to jump. He ignores their advice. With a quiet, terrifying resolve, he begins the march north, toward the smoke and the noise, toward the city that has just chewed up the greatest man who ever lived. He is walking into a trap, but he is bringing his own bait. The Ides of March shattered the world, but as the pieces fall, Octavius is already stepping forward to catch them. The Bay of Naples in April is a place of seductive, dangerous beauty. The water is a deep, impossible blue, lapping against the stone piers of Puteoli, where the wealthy Roman elite have built their seaside villas to escape the heat and stench of the capital. The air smells of salt spray, lemon blossoms, and the expensive perfume of aristocracy at leisure. It is here, in the luxurious villa of his stepfather Philippus, that the young Octavius stops to catch his breath before the final descent into the maelstrom of Rome. But there is no leisure here today. The villa is tense, the atmosphere thick with whispered arguments and anxious pacing. His mother, Atia, is terrified. She is a woman who has survived the brutal politics of Rome for decades by keeping her head down. And now she sees her sickly son preparing to stand up and shout his name to the world. She pleads with him. Philippus, a sensible man who likes his head exactly where it is, attached to his neck, joins in. They use logic, the most Roman of tools. They tell him that Mark Antony controls the legions, the treasury, and the mob. They tell him that the men who killed Caesar are still powerful, their daggers not yet wiped clean. They tell him that accepting the adoption is legally complex and physically suicidal. Be safe, they urge him. Live a long, quiet life as a rich country gentleman. It is the advice of people who love him. It is the advice of people who want him to survive. And it is advice that Octavian completely, politely, and utterly ignores. This is the moment the boy disappears. He looks at his mother and stepfather and tells them that he would rather die worthy of Caesar's name than live comfortably without it. It is a line that sounds like it belongs in a tragedy, but he delivers it with the calm of a tax collector. Historians still debate what drove him in this moment. Was it a burning, ruthless ambition that had been hiding behind his coughing fits all along? Or was it a genuine, pious sense of duty to his murdered father? The Romans took family duty very seriously. To refuse a legacy was a kind of spiritual cowardice. Perhaps it was both. Ambition wrapped in piety, the perfect disguise for a power grab. He officially accepts the name. From this moment on, he refuses to answer to Octavius. He is Gaius Julius Caesar. Imagine the awkwardness of this. He is 18, with the fuzz of a first beard on his chin, demanding that seasoned generals and elderly senators call him by the name of the greatest man who ever lived. It would be like a teenager today, insisting on being addressed as Napoleon or Einstein. It must have seemed ridiculous, perhaps even funny, to the elites watching from their terraces. But Octavian knows something they do not. Names have power. A name is a brand, a flag, a rallying cry. By taking the name, he steals the magic. He enters the arena not as a newcomer, but as a resurrection. While staying at the villa, he receives a visitor. Or rather, he goes to pay his respects to a neighbor. The great orator Cicero has a villa nearby. Cicero is the voice of the old republic, a man of golden words and shifting loyalties, who hated Caesar but now finds himself adrift in the chaos. He meets the young heir, and he is unimpressed. Cicero writes to a friend that the boy is devoted, but merely a child, someone to be patted on the head and used. He sees a tool he can manipulate to destroy Mark Antony. He does not see the calculator clicking away behind the boy's pale eyes. Octavian plays the part perfectly. He is respectful, deferential, flattering the old man's massive ego. He calls Cicero father. It is a masterclass in deception. He leaves the meeting having secured a powerful ally, while Cicero thinks he has just acquired a pet. The road to Rome is now open. Octavian travels slowly, gathering a retinue as he goes. The veterans of Caesar's legions hear that Caesar is walking the road, and they come out to see. They bring their rusty swords and their memories. They see the nose, the eyes. He doesn't look much like Julius, but he has the name. And for now, that is enough. A strange phenomenon is reported during this journey, a solar halo, a ring of light around the sun as he enters the city. The people, desperate for signs, whisper that it is a crown. Myth and reality blur. The sky itself seems to be picking a side. He arrives in Rome in early May. The city is a simmering pot. Mark Antony is currently the master of Rome, living in Pompey's old palace, surrounded by guards, drinking heavily, and ruling by decree. He has seized Caesar's papers, and more importantly, Caesar's money. He feels secure. Who is going to challenge him? A teenager from Velletri? The first meeting between Octavian and Antony is the stuff of legend. It takes place in the gardens of Pompey. Antony keeps the boy waiting, a classic power move. When Octavian is finally admitted, Antony is likely lounging, perhaps nursing a headache from the previous night's revelry, radiating the physical dominance of a bull. Octavian is small, quiet, and precise. He asks very politely for his inheritance so he can pay the legacy Caesar promised to the people of Rome, 75 drachmas to every citizen. Antony laughs. It is a deep, booming soldier's laugh. He tells the boy that the money is gone, tied up in public funds or spent. He calls him boy repeatedly, mocking his name, his family, his lack of experience. He blocks Octavian's attempt to have his adoption legally ratified. He treats him like a nuisance that will eventually go away if ignored. It is a fatal mistake. Antony assumes power comes from muscles and shouting. Octavian knows power comes from leverage. Leaving the meeting, humiliated but calm, Octavian makes his next move. If Antony has stolen the money, Octavian will find his own. He begins to sell everything he owns, his estates, his lands, his jewelry. He borrows heavily from his family and friends. He puts everything on the line to pay Caesar's debts to the people. Imagine the scene in the forum, auctioneers selling off the heir's property while the common people watch. The message is clear and devastatingly effective. The great Mark Antony steals your money. The young Caesar bankrupts himself to pay you. Overnight, the mood in the streets shifts. The mob, which Antony thought he owned, begins to chant the boy's name. It is a political masterstroke, purchased with his own inheritance. He has bought the love of Rome, and he has made Antony look like a greedy tyrant, all without drawing a sword. The summer of 44 BCE becomes a strange, tense dance. Antony is furious, realizing the boy has teeth. He threatens Octavian. He accuses him of plotting to assassinate him. Rome teeters on the edge of another civil war. But Octavian stays calm. He walks the streets with a modest escort, smiling, shaking hands, playing the role of the pious son. He sponsors games, the Ludi Victoriae Caesaris, to honor his father. During these games, a comet blazes across the sky for 7 nights. It is the Sidus Iulium. The people go wild. They say it is Caesar's soul ascending to the heavens to become a god. Octavian, never one to miss a branding opportunity, adds a star to the statues of Caesar. And if Caesar is a god, then Octavian is now Divi Filius, son of a god. It is a title that carries a weight no other Roman can match. Antony can command legions, but he cannot command the stars. The tension breaks in the autumn. Antony, feeling his popularity slipping, decides to leave Rome to take command of his province in the north, gathering his armies to crush the conspirators and secure his power. He leaves a vacuum in the city, and into that vacuum steps Octavian. But he knows he cannot do it alone. He needs an army. He travels to Campania, to the settlements of the veterans. He brings carts of coin. He offers 500 denarii to every man who will follow him. A massive sum, years of pay in a single hand. It is illegal. He has no authority to raise an army. He is a private citizen, bribing soldiers to form a private militia. It is high treason. But the soldiers don't care about the law. They care about the name Caesar and the weight of the silver. Thousands flock to his banner. He returns to Rome not as a petitioner, but at the head of a personal legion. The Senate is terrified. Cicero is delighted, thinking his tool is ready to be used against Antony. The pieces are moving, the board is set. The dangerous name has become a dangerous reality. The boy who was told to stay in bed is now standing at the gates of Rome with a sword in his hand, and the old republic, tired and confused, opens the door to let him in. The air inside the Curia, the Senate House of Rome, is thick with dust and the smell of old wool. It is early in the year 43 BCE. Shafts of winter sunlight cut through the high windows, illuminating the floating motes of dust that dance in the silence between speeches. But today, there is very little silence. The room is dominated by one voice, a voice that has defined the Republic for nearly 40 years, Marcus Tullius Cicero. He stands in the center of the floor, his toga draped with practiced elegance, his hands moving in sharp, emphatic gestures. He is 63 years old, his hair thinning, his face lined with the stress of a lifetime of political combat. But his voice is still an instrument of war. He is delivering one of his famous philippics, a series of blistering speeches designed to destroy the reputation of Mark Antony. To Cicero, Antony is a drunkard, a brute, a tyrant in waiting. And to stop this tyrant, Cicero has convinced himself that he needs a weapon. He has found one in the sickly 19-year-old boy from Velletri. From the gallery, or perhaps standing quietly in the back, we can imagine Octavian watching this performance. He is an anomaly here, too young to be a senator, too inexperienced to be a general, yet commanding more loyalty from the legions than any man in the room. Cicero speaks of him with a mixture of condescension and praise. He calls him a God-sent youth, a savior of the Republic. He urges the Senate to grant this teenager imperium, legal military command, effectively legalizing the private army Octavian bought with his inheritance. It is a desperate, dangerous move. The Senate is essentially handing a loaded gun to a child because they are terrified of the wolf at the door. But Cicero is confident. In private letters to his friends, he reveals his true plan with a smirk that echoes through history. He writes that the young Caesar is to be praised, distinguished, and extinguished. The Latin word tellendum has a double meaning, to be raised up or to be removed. Cicero intends to use the boy to defeat Antony, and then, once the dirty work is done, toss him aside like a used tool. It is a brilliant plan on paper, but it relies on one fatal assumption, that Octavian is stupid. He is not. The boy has spies everywhere. He likely knows exactly what Cicero is saying about him at dinner parties. He hears the praised and extinguished quip. He does not rage. He does not send angry letters. He simply stores the insult in that cold filing cabinet mind of his and continues to play the part of the obedient servant. He accepts the command. He accepts the statue the Senate votes for him. He calls Cicero father with a sweetness that should have terrified the old orator. And then he marches to war. The campaign that follows centers on the city of Mutina, modern-day Modena, in the damp, flat plains of northern Italy. Mark Antony is there, besieging one of the assassins of Caesar, Decimus Brutus. The Senate sends both its consuls, Hirtius and Pansa, along with Octavian, to break the siege. It is April 43rd BCE. The spring rains have turned the fields into a soup of mud and blood. The battles that take place here are messy, confused, and brutal. This is not the clean strategic warfare of later imperial propaganda. This is desperate fighting in the muck. Historical accounts tell us that Octavian was in the thick of it, though his detractors would later claim he hid in a marsh or ran away. But the outcome is undeniable. Antony is defeated. His legions are shattered, and he is forced to flee across the Alps, a broken man running for his life. The Senate has won. The Republic is saved. Cicero is jubilant. But in the smoke of the victory, a strange and convenient tragedy occurs. Both consuls, Hirtius and Pansa, are dead. Hirtius falls in battle. Pansa dies of his wounds days later. Suddenly, the two highest officials of the Roman state are gone, leaving their armies without a leader. And standing there, holding the reins of the entire military force of the Republic, is the 19-year-old boy. Historians have argued for 2,000 years about these deaths. Was it just bad luck, the fortunes of war? Or did the young Octavian, or perhaps his surgeon, help the consuls along to the afterlife? Suetonius, the gossip-loving biographer, whispers that Octavian bribed the doctor to poison Pansa's wounds. It seems unlikely, a risk too great for a cautious man, but the result is the same. The tool is now the master. News travels back to Rome. The Senate, drunk on victory and arrogance, makes a catastrophic error. They assume the danger is past. They assume Octavian will now quietly disband his troops and go home to study philosophy. They issue decrees ordering the legions to transfer their loyalty to Decimus Brutus, one of the men who stabbed Caesar. It is a slap in the face, so hard it echoes across the Alps. Imagine the scene in the camp when this order is read. The soldiers, veterans who loved Julius Caesar, are being told to obey his murderer. They look to Octavian. They are angry. They have not been paid the bounties the Senate promised. They are tired of being treated like chess pieces by old men in togas. Octavian does not shout. He simply refuses to obey. He stays where he is. He lets the silence stretch, letting the Senate's anxiety grow. Then, he sends a delegation of centurions to Rome to demand what he feels he has earned: the consulship. The Senate laughs. A consul must be 42 years old. Octavian is 19. Cicero, realizing his puppet is cutting its strings, tries to smooth things over, but the hardliners in the Senate refuse. They treat the soldiers with contempt. One senator dismisses them, saying the boy should be content with the praise he has already received. It is the final straw. Inside the Senate house, a centurion named Cornelius, a rough man who has likely killed more people than the senators have met, pulls back his cloak. He rests his hand on the hilt of his sword. The metal scrapes softly against the scabbard, a sound that cuts through the rhetoric. He looks at the terrified politicians and says simply, "If you do not make him consul, this will." It is the moment the facade of the Republic finally cracks. The law no longer matters. Tradition no longer matters. Only steel matters. Octavian gives the order to march. For the second time in 3 years, a Caesar crosses the Rubicon and marches on Rome. But this time, there is no resistance. The Senate panics. Cicero, realizing his extinguished quip has come back to haunt him, tries to organize a defense. But the legions in the city defect to Octavian immediately. They will not fight the son of Caesar. As Octavian's army enters the city, the streets are quiet. There is no looting, no burning. It is a disciplined, terrifying occupation. He enters the forum, surrounded by his bodyguards. He is elected consul alongside his cousin, Pedius. He is 19 years old. The boy who was laughed at, the invalid, the pawn, now sits in the highest chair in Rome, One of his first acts is to overturn the amnesty for Caesar's assassins. The murder of his father is declared a crime. The men who did it are declared enemies of the state. Cicero, watching from the shadows, must have felt a cold dread settling in his stomach. He knows the game is up. He knows that the young man he tried to manipulate has outplayed them all. Octavian has used the Senate to destroy Antony's army, and now he has used the army to destroy the Senate's authority. But he is not done. He knows that Antony is still out there, rebuilding his strength in Gaul, joined by another powerful general, Lepidus. Octavian looks at the map. He looks at his own precarious position. He realizes he cannot fight everyone at once. And so, the calculator clicks again. He prepares to do the unthinkable. He prepares to make peace with the man who called him boy and threatened to kill him. The enemies of his enemy must become his friends. The board is being reset, and the pieces are about to be swept off the table entirely. The wind that blows down from the Apennine Mountains in November is sharp and unforgiving, carrying the biting promise of winter. It stirs the grey waters of the Reno River near Bononia, modern Bologna, making the current chop and swirl against the muddy banks. It is late in the year 43 BCE. On a small desolate island in the middle of this river, history is about to be rewritten, not with ink, but with blood. The setting is cinematic in its bleakness. On one bank of the river, the legions of Mark Antony and Lepidus stand in silent, iron-clad ranks. On the opposite bank, the legions of the young consul Octavian stand watching. Thousands of men, armed and ready to kill each other, hold their breath. In the center, on that narrow strip of land, a tent has been pitched. There are no servants here, no witnesses, just 3 men, 3 chairs, and a table. They meet here because trust is dead. They meet on an island because it is the only neutral ground left in a world fractured by betrayal. Mark Antony, the bull-necked general. Lepidus, the wealthy aristocrat who acts as the buffer. And Octavian, the 19-year-old who has forced his way to the table. They sit for 3 days. We can imagine the scene, the flapping of the tent canvas in the wind, the low murmur of voices debating the fate of millions, the scratching of a stylus on a wax tablet. They are forming the triumvirate, a 3-man dictatorship to restore the state. In reality, they are carving up the Roman Empire like a roasted boar. Antony takes the chaotic, wealthy Eastern Gaul. Lepidus takes Spain and Narbonensis. Octavian, the junior partner, is given Africa, Sardinia, and Sicily. The scraps. But the division of land is the easy part, the hard part, the part that stains the soul of the Republic forever, is the money. War is expensive. To fight Brutus and Cassius, who have gathered massive armies in the east, the triumvirs need gold. They need to pay their legions, or the legions will turn on them. And so, in the dim light of that tent, they devise a solution that is as simple as it is horrific. The proscriptions. They make a list. If your name is on this list, you are stripped of your citizenship. You are stripped of your property. You are stripped of your life. Any man who kills you will be paid a reward. Any man who hides you will be executed. It is state-sponsored murder on an industrial scale. The names on the list are not foreign enemies. They are fellow Romans, senators, knights, wealthy merchants, anyone who has opposed them, or simply anyone who has enough money to be worth killing. The atmosphere inside the tent shifts from political negotiation to a grim auction of human lives. Historians and ancient sources like Plutarch recount the chilling horse trading that occurred. To seal their alliance, each man has to give up something. Antony demands the death of his archenemy, Cicero. Lepidus agrees, but only if his own brother, Paulus, is added to the list. Antony agrees to sacrifice his uncle, Lucius Caesar. It is a grotesque test of loyalty. I will let you kill my family if you let me kill yours. And then all eyes turn to Octavian. Cicero is his father, his supporter, the man who gave him the legal standing to build his army. Antony wants his head. Scholars still argue about Octavian's behavior during these 3 days. Later, imperial propaganda would claim that Octavian fought hard to save Cicero, arguing with Antony for 2 days before finally, reluctantly, giving in on the third. It paints him as the merciful youth overruled by cruel elders. But is this truth? Or just a story told to help him sleep at night? The facts suggest a colder reality. Octavian was a pragmatist. He knew Cicero had outlived his usefulness. He knew Cicero had planned to extinguish him. And so, with a nod, or perhaps a stroke of the stylus, the boy signs the death warrant of the old republic's greatest voice. The deal is done. The 3 men leave the island, not as enemies, but as partners in crime. They seal the pact with a marriage alliance. Octavian agrees to marry Clodia, Antony's stepdaughter. The bond is forged in ink and blood. When the lists are posted in the Roman Forum, a wave of terror washes over the city. It is a nightmare come to life. The gates are closed. Headhunters roam the streets. There are stories of heart-wrenching bravery and despicable cowardice. Wives hide husbands in sewers. Sons betray fathers for the inheritance. Slaves die disguised as their masters. The sensory reality of Rome in these weeks is suffocating. The smell of fear in the shuttered houses, the sight of severed heads nailed to the rostra, the speaker's platform in the forum. And there, in the center of the display, is the head of Cicero. Antony, in a moment of petty, vindictive cruelty, orders Cicero's hands, the hands that wrote the speeches against him, to be cut off and nailed up beside the head. It is a message. The time for words is over. Octavian returns to Rome, but he walks through a city that has gone silent. He is no longer the savior. He is a reaper. He does not stop the killing. He reportedly is even more ruthless than Antony in hunting down the names on his list, ensuring that no potential rival slips through the net. He is securing his rear guard. He knows that when he sails east to face the assassins, he cannot leave any enemies behind him in Italy. It is a lesson in total war. The boy from Velletri has shed his innocence completely. He has looked into the abyss and found that he is quite comfortable navigating the darkness. Yet, amidst the horror, there are moments of strange human texture. We are told of a Roman named Vettius, who, seeing his name on the list, simply orders his slaves to dig his grave, takes a bath, and drinks poison, determined to die on his own schedule. We hear of the Turia inscription, a tombstone from this era where a husband praises his wife for hiding him between the ceiling tiles of their bedroom, keeping him alive with food and whispers while soldiers search the house below. These tiny sparks of love flicker in the overwhelming dark. By the time the purge ends, over 300 senators and 2,000 knights are dead. The triumvirs are wealthy. Their war chests are full. The republic's aristocracy has been decapitated. Their lands cease to pay the triumvirs 43 legions. The old Rome, the Rome of debate and elections and messy freedom, is effectively dead. It died on a river island near Bologna. What remains is a military junta preparing for the final showdown. Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus turn their eyes east. Across the Adriatic, in the dusty plains of Macedonia, Brutus and Cassius have gathered a massive force, styling themselves as the liberators. They claim to be fighting for freedom, for the old ways. The triumvirs claim to be fighting for vengeance, for the memory of Julius Caesar. The stage is set for the largest battle in Roman civil war history. Octavian prepares to sail. He is not a natural soldier. He is often sick. He is not the warrior Antony is. But he goes. He goes because he must. He goes because the ghost of his father demands it. The winter of 43 BCE fades into the spring of 42. The ships are loaded. The eagles are raised. The triumvirs leave a scarred, weeping Rome behind them and sail into the grey mists of the Adriatic, toward the fields of Philippi, where the ghosts of the Republic are waiting to die one last time. The Adriatic Sea is behind them now, but the relief of solid ground is short-lived. We find ourselves on the Via Egnatia, the great Roman road that slices through the rugged heart of Macedonia. It is October, 42 BCE. The landscape is a canvas of thirsty, drowned scrub and grey rock, baking under an autumn sun that refuses to soften. Dust hangs in the air, a permanent, choking fog kicked up by the sandals of 28 legions marching east. In the middle of this moving city of iron and leather, bobbing along in a covered litter, lies the master of the West. Octavian is sick. Again, it is almost a darkly comic, recurring theme in his life. Whenever history demands he be a warrior, his body demands he be a patient. He is suffering from dropsy, a swelling of the tissues, and is in agony, unable to walk, unable to ride. While Mark Antony rides tall on his horse, joking with centurions and radiating the invincible aura of a demigod, Octavian is confined to the dark, swaying box of his litter, sweating through his tunic, battling nausea. It is hardly the image of a conquering Caesar, yet he refuses to be left behind. He knows that if he is absent from this battle, he will be absent from the victory. And in Rome, visibility is currency. They arrive at the plain of Philippi, a vast, marshy flatland hemmed in by mountains and the sea. Here, the forces of the liberators, Brutus and Cassius, are waiting. They have chosen their ground well. They hold the high ground in the hills. Their supply lines to the sea are open, and their coffers are full of eastern gold. Down in the boggy plains, Antony and Octavian are trapped. They are short on food, short on money, and camping in a swamp that promises fever and rot. The stage is set for a siege of attrition, which is exactly what Brutus wants. He knows the triumvirs are starving. He just has to wait for them to dissolve. But Mark Antony is not a man who waits. He begins to build a causeway through the marshes, a daring engineering feat designed to flank Cassius. It is an act of aggressive provocation, and it works. On the 3rd of October, the dam breaks. The First Battle of Philippi is a chaotic, messy affair that defies the neat arrows on military maps. While Antony smashes into Cassius's lines with the fury of a berserker, crushing them and taking their camp, disaster strikes the other wing. Brutus charges down the hill and slams into Octavian's legions. The young Caesar's troops, demoralized and perhaps sensing the weakness of their commander, buckle. Brutus's men overrun them. They surge forward, capturing Octavian's camp, looting his tents, slashing through the canvas of the commander's quarters. but they find the bed empty. Octavian is gone. Where is he? This is one of the great mysteries of the battle. In his own memoirs, written years later, Augustus would claim that a friend had a dream the night before, warning him to leave his tent. He paints his absence as divine intervention, a sign that the gods were protecting their chosen son. His enemies, naturally, tell a different story. They claim he ran away, hiding in the marshes like a frightened animal, covering himself in mud to escape notice. Pliny the Elder, a Roman naturalist and historian, later writes bitingly of Octavian's flight and 3 days hiding in the marshes, though Pliny was known to enjoy a good jab at the powerful. The truth likely lies in the middle, a tactical retreat necessitated by illness and the collapse of his line. But the optics are terrible. While Antony is winning glory, Octavian is missing in action. The fog of war descends, thick and blinding. On the other side of the battlefield, Cassius, the man with the lean and hungry look, sees his camp taken by Antony. But due to the dust and distance, he does not see that Brutus has won on the other wing. He believes all is lost. He believes Brutus is dead and the Republic has fallen. Overcome by despair, he retreats to a hill and orders his freedmen to kill him. It is a tragic Shakespearean error. When Brutus arrives moments later, flushed with victory, he finds his partner dead. The last of the Romans, Brutus calls him, weeping over the body. The battle is a draw, 1 win, 1 loss, but the psychological blow to the Republicans is immense. Cassius was the strategist, the hard edge of the rebellion. Brutus is the philosopher, the soul, but without Cassius, he is half a man. 3 weeks of grueling stalemate follow. The armies stare at each other across the corpse-strewn plain. The autumn rains begin, turning the camps into mud pits. In the triumvir's camp, food runs out. The soldiers are eating roots and boiled leather. Tensions rise. Octavian, still pale and weak, struggles to maintain authority over men who are hungry and cold. But across the lines, Brutus is losing control. His officers are restless. They demand a fight. They do not understand the strategy of waiting. They bully the philosopher into battle. On the 23rd of October, the Second Battle of Philippi erupts. This time, there is no ambiguity. It is a slaughter. The legions of the triumvirs, desperate and battle-hardened, smash the Republican lines. The army of the liberators shatters. Brutus flees into the hills with a handful of friends. Realizing the end has come, he quotes a line from a Greek tragedy. "O wretched virtue, thou wert but a name, and yet I worshipped thee as real indeed. But now it seems thou were but fortune's slave," and falls on his sword. The Republic dies not with a bang, but with a quote from Euripides. The sun sets on a changed world. The aftermath reveals the stark difference between the two victors. Mark Antony finds Brutus's body. He remembers that Brutus was once his friend, that Brutus believed he was doing the right thing. Antony takes off his own purple cloak, a garment of immense value, and gently covers the dead man. He orders an honorable cremation. It is a gesture of old-school Roman nobility. Octavian, by contrast, is ice. When brought before him, the captive Republicans beg for mercy. They appeal to his youth, to shared acquaintances. Octavian looks at them with eyes that have seen the bottom of the world and replies with 3 chilling words. Moriendum est. You must die. When one prisoner begs for a proper burial, Octavian reportedly sneers. That is a matter for the carrion birds. He orders Brutus's head to be cut off and sent to Rome to be thrown at the feet of Caesar's statue. It is a calculated brutality. Antony fights for glory. Octavian fights to send a message. He is the avenging son, the instrument of wrath. He has no room for the luxury of chivalry. As the smoke clears over Philippi, the hierarchy of the world is painfully clear. Mark Antony is the hero. He is the brilliant general who won both battles. The soldiers love him. He is in his prime, glowing with health and victory. Octavian is the sickly junior partner who lost his camp and spent the battle hiding or being carried in a box. In the division of the world that follows, Antony takes the prize, the wealthy, cultured East. He will go to Ephesus, to Athens, to Alexandria. He will raise money, live like a king, and likely meet a certain Egyptian queen. Octavian is given the thankless task. He must return to Italy. He must find land for thousands of retiring veterans who are demanding their rewards. He must deal with a bankrupt treasury and a restless population. He is being sent home to clean up the mess while Antony goes to the party. Most observers at the time would have bet everything on Antony. He has the charisma, the army, the experience. Octavian looks like a footnote in the making, a young man who will likely burn out or be assassinated in the chaotic streets of Rome. But they are missing the point. Octavian has survived. He survived the illness. He survived the collapse of his wing. He survived the marsh. He is learning a lesson that is more valuable than any tactical maneuver: how to endure humiliation to secure the ultimate prize. As he boards the ship back to Italy, leaving the glory of the East behind him, he carries the ghosts of Philippi with him. He knows now that he is not a soldier. He will never be Alexander the Great. He will never lead a cavalry charge. So he must be something else. He must be the spider who weaves the web while the lions roar. The Republic is buried in the mud of Macedonia. The empire is being born in the cold, calculating mind of the man sailing west. The map of the Roman world is now torn in half, a jagged rip running right down the center of the Ionian Sea. To the east lies color, warmth, and intoxicating wealth. Mark Antony travels through Greece and Asia Minor like a touring deity. Cities throw open their gates, kings bow, and queens offer him the keys to their treasuries. He is surrounded by flute players, dancers, and the heavy, sweet smoke of exotic incense. He is Dionysus reborn, drinking deep from the cup of victory. He has the easy job. He has the glory. To the west, however, the sky is grey and the ground is hard. Octavian returns to Italy, not to a parade, but to a crisis that threatens to strangle him in his crib. It is the year 41 BCE. The adrenaline of Philippi has faded, replaced by a cold, mathematical reality. The veterans, tens of thousands of them, are coming home. These are men who have marched for years, killed for Caesar, and bled for the triumvirs. They were promised land, rich, fertile Italian farmland, and they expect to be paid. Now, but Italy is not empty. Every acre of good soil is already owned by a farmer, a family, a village. Octavian faces a nightmare choice. If he disappoints the veterans, they will riot and likely kill him. If he seizes the land from the Italian people to pay the soldiers, he will spark a revolution. He chooses the army. It is a decision of brutal pragmatism. The weapon must be kept sharp, even if the hand that holds it must bleed. What follows is one of the most sorrowful chapters in Roman history, a period often glossed over in the rush to the Golden Age. Octavian oversees widespread confiscations. Soldiers descend on 18 of the finest cities in Italy, places like Cremona, Mantua, and Venusia. They walk onto farms that have been in families for generations, drive a stake into the ground, and say, "This is mine." The sensory reality of this time is not the clash of swords, but the weeping of families loading carts with their meager belongings, the lowing of cattle being driven away by strangers, the smoke of ancestral farmhouses burning in the distance. The poet Virgil, who lived through this and lost his own family farm near Mantua, captures the heartbreak in his eclogues. He writes of the shepherd Melibæus, forced into exile, looking back at his sweet fields one last time. It is a reminder that the Pax Romana was built on a foundation of tears. Octavian is hated. When he appears in theaters or public spaces, the mood is venomous. He is the face of this theft, and seeing his vulnerability, the wolves begin to circle. But the danger does not come from foreign enemies. It comes from his partner's family. Mark Antony is away, but he has left behind two people who are more than capable of starting a fire. His brother, Lucius Antonius, is a consul, a man of limited intelligence, but unlimited vanity. And then there is Antony's wife, Fulvia. Fulvia is one of the most fascinating figures of the age, a woman who refused to stay in the spinning room. History has not been kind to her, largely because the history was written by men who feared her. They paint her as a shrew, a manipulator, a woman with a sword spirit in a female body. But the truth is likely that she was a brilliant, fierce politician protecting her husband's interests while he was off romancing the East. She sees Octavian struggling. She sees the Italian people angry, and she lights the match. She and Lucius begin to champion the dispossessed farmers. They raise an army, claiming they are fighting for the liberty of the Republic against the tyranny of the young Caesar. It is a bizarre flip. Antony's family, the Caesarians, now posing as defenders of the oppressed. Civil war erupts in Italy. It is the Perusine War, named after the hilltop city of Perugia, modern Perugia, where the conflict ultimately freezes. Octavian, flanked by his brilliant general Agrippa, corners Lucius and Fulvia's army in the city. He surrounds the hill with massive earthworks, miles of trenches, and walls designed to starve them out. The siege of Perugia is grim. It is the winter of 4140 BCE. Inside the walls, the hunger is absolute. Slaves are forbidden from eating. The soldiers are barely surviving. Archaeology gives us a rare, dark glimpse of the humor that soldiers find even in hell. We have found lead sling bullets from this siege, small, heavy projectiles whizzing between the lines. They are inscribed with insults. One of Octavian's soldiers might fire a bullet that says, "I'm seeking Fulvia's clitoris," or "Lucius is bald." The enemy fires back bullets that say, "Octavian is a soft prick." It is vulgar, human, and surprisingly modern. These are not marble statues. These are bored, angry men throwing rocks and insults at each other in the cold mud. Finally, in February of 40 BCE, Perugia falls. Lucius Antonius surrenders. Octavian, ever the calculator, spares Lucius. He cannot kill Mark Antony's brother without starting a total war with the East, which he is not yet ready to fight. He sends Lucius away to a comfortable governorship in Spain, where he quietly disappears from history. Fulvia, too, is allowed to leave, fleeing to Greece to meet her husband, though she will die of illness soon after. A convenient exit that clears the way for Antony's next marriage. But for the ordinary citizens of Perugia, there is no mercy. The city is accidentally burned to the ground. And here, we encounter one of the darkest myths of Octavian's life. Later, historians, hostile to the emperor, claim that on the Ides of March, the anniversary of Caesar's death, Octavian rounded up 300 senators and knights who had supported Lucius. They claim he marched them to an altar dedicated to the divine Julius and slaughtered them like cattle, a human sacrifice to the ghost of his father. Scholars today largely doubt that this ritual sacrifice actually happened. Human sacrifice was deeply taboo in Rome, considered a barbaric act of foreigners. It is likely a distortion, a piece of black propaganda magnified by time. But the fact that people believed it tells us everything we need to know about Octavian's reputation at this moment. He was seen as a monster. When men begged for mercy, he reportedly gave his favorite two-word answer, moriendum est, you must die. He was the cold steel blade, the man who would burn a city to secure a province. The war ends, but the scar remains. Octavian stands amidst the ashes of Perugia, the master of Italy, but it is a mastery built on fear. He has survived the famine, the riots, the veterans, and the treachery of his allies. He is harder now. The boyish softness is gone. He looks at the map again. Antony is still in the east, unaware or perhaps unconcerned that his wife and brother have lost his war for him. The empire is effectively partitioned. Octavian holds the west, a land of hungry soldiers and burnt farms. Antony holds the east, a land of gold and grain. It seems like an unfair trade. Antony has the resources, Octavian has the problems. But Octavian understands something Antony does not. The heart of the empire is not in Alexandria or Ephesus. It is here, in the mud of Italy. It is in the Senate House, in the Forum, in the memory of the Seven Hills. By holding Italy, Octavian holds the legitimacy of the name Roman. He begins to rebuild. He settles the veterans. He quiets the unrest. He starts to weave the narrative that will save him, that he is the only thing standing between Rome and chaos. He is the hard medicine the patient needs to survive. As night falls over the ruined walls of Perugia, Octavian turns his back on the smoke. He looks south toward Rome. He is 23 years old. He has defeated the Senate, the assassins, and now the brother of his greatest rival. He is learning that power is not about being loved. It is about being necessary. And in a world of endless war, order, no matter how cruel, is the ultimate necessity. The West is his. Now he must find a way to keep it from starving. And for that, he will need to conquer not the land, but the sea. The hunger in Rome is a physical weight, pressing down on the chest of the city like a stone. It is the year 38 BCE. The victory at Philippi and the brutal consolidation of power in Italy should have brought peace. But instead, they have brought a blockade. Walk through the markets of the Forum Boarium near the Tiber, and you will see the problem. The stalls are empty. The grain sacks are flat. The price of bread has skyrocketed, turning a loaf of wheat into a luxury item that men will kill for. The mob, which cheered Octavian when he distributed money, is now pelting him with stones in the street. They do not care about the restoration of the Republic or the vengeance of Caesar's ghost. They care about dinner. And dinner is currently being held hostage by a ghost from the past. The man choking Rome is Sextus Pompey, the youngest son of Pompey the Great. While the other Republicans died in the dust of Philippi Sextus took to the sea. He has seized Sicily and Sardinia, the breadbaskets of Rome. He has built a navy of pirates, runaways, and skilled mariners who know every cove and current of the Tyrrhenian Sea. He calls himself the son of Neptune, wearing a blue cloak instead of the traditional Roman purple, claiming the sea god as his father. It is a brilliant piece of branding. He sails up and down the coast of Italy, raiding, burning, and intercepting the grain ships from Egypt and Africa. He is the king of the waves, and from the safety of his deck, he laughs at the land-bound masters of the world. Octavian is desperate. He is a creature of the earth, methodical, steady, prone to seasickness. The sea terrifies him. It is chaotic, fluid, and uncontrollable, everything he hates. He has tried to fight Sextus, cobbling together fleets and sending them out. But the results have been catastrophic. Storms have smashed his ships against the rocks. Sextus's admirals have outmaneuvered his captains. The sea seems to have chosen a side, and it is not the side of the Caesars. Octavian stands on the cliffs of Campania, watching the wreckage of his latest attempt drift ashore, and realizes he cannot win this war with the tools he has. He needs a new weapon. He needs a man who can tame the water. He turns to Marcus Agrippa. If Octavian is the brain of the new order, Agrippa is its hands. Broad-shouldered, fiercely loyal, and possessed of an engineering genius that rivals Archimedes, Agrippa looks at the problem with the cool, unblinking stare of a technician. He tells Octavian the hard truth. We cannot fight pirates with soldiers on boats. We need a real navy, and since we don't have one, I will build one. But building a fleet takes time, and worse, it requires a safe harbor where the ships can be constructed without Sextus swooping in to burn them in the dry dock. Italy's coast is exposed. There is no place safe from the son of Neptune. So Agrippa decides to make one. He looks at the Campanian coast, near the resort town of Baiae, and fixes his eyes on a place steeped in dread and legend, Lake Avernus. This is a deep, volcanic crater lake, separated from the sea by a strip of land and another smaller body of water, the Lucrine Lake. The water of Avernus is dark, still, and surrounded by dense, brooding forests. For centuries, Romans believed this was the entrance to the underworld, the very place where Aeneas descended to visit the dead. It is a place of ghosts and sulphurous fumes, where birds were said to drop dead from the sky if they flew over the poisonous vapors. Local superstition holds that disturbing the lake will bring down the wrath of the gods. Agrippa, a man who likely trusted a plumb line more than a priest, ignores the ghosts. He sees a perfect hidden shipyard. The engineering project that follows is a marvel of the ancient world. It is the kind of audacious, earth-moving feat that will come to define the Roman Empire. Agrippa orders a massive canal to be cut through the land, connecting Lake Avernus to the Lucrine Lake, and then cutting through the beach to connect the Lucrine Lake to the sea. He creates a secret, fortified harbor, completely hidden from the open ocean. He names it Portus Julius, in honor of Octavian's father. The silence of the sacred lake is shattered by the sound of industry. The dark forests are felled for timber. The smell of sulfur is replaced by the sharp tang of boiling pitch and sawdust. Thousands of slaves and workmen descend on the crater, hammering, sawing, and digging. The entrance to hell has become a factory. But building the ships is only half the battle. A ship without a crew is just a pile of wood. Rome has no sailors. The men Octavian has are legionaries, farmers and foot soldiers who think rowing is something you do when a bridge collapses. They are clumsy, terrified of the water, and prone to vomiting. To train them on the open sea would be suicide. Sextus would pick them off like ducks. So Agrippa comes up with a solution that balances on the fine line between genius and absurdity. He builds rowing benches on the dry land around the lake. Imagine the scene. Thousands of men sitting on wooden benches in the dirt, clutching heavy oars, rowing into the air. A timekeeper beats a drum, and the men heave back and forth, learning the rhythm of the stroke, the synchronization of the catch and release, all without touching a drop of water. It must have looked ridiculous. A phantom fleet sailing across the grass. One can imagine the jokes whispered between the soldiers, the shaking of heads. Join the navy to see the world, they might have grumbled, and here I am, rowing a meadow. But Agrippa is deadly serious. He drills them until their muscles burn, until the rhythm is hammered into their bones. Then he moves them to the safety of the enclosed lake, where they practice maneuvering in the calm, dark water, protected from the wind and the enemy. While the men row, Agrippa turns his mind to technology. He knows his ships cannot match the speed and agility of the pirates. Sextus's crews are lighter, faster, and better seamen. If the battle turns into a contest of maneuvering, Rome will lose. So Agrippa decides to change the rules of the game. He invents, or perfects, a device called the harpax. It is a terrifyingly simple weapon. A heavy beam tipped with a grappling hook, fired from a ballista, a giant crossbow mounted on the deck. Instead of trying to ram the enemy ship or chase it, the Roman ship will shoot the harpax. The hook will smash into the enemy hull, bite deep, and then a winch will drag the two ships together. Once the ships are locked, the Roman legionaries, who are excellent soldiers, will board the enemy vessel. Agrippa effectively turns a naval battle into a land battle on floating platforms. He negates the enemy's skill with brute force and engineering. Scholars often point to this moment as the true turning point in Octavian's rise. It is the moment where the system of the future empire begins to take shape. It is no longer about individual heroism or the favor of the gods. It is about logistics, infrastructure, and technology. Octavian does not pray for a fleet. He commissions one. He does not rely on luck. He relies on Agrippa. It is a triumph of bureaucracy over romance. Sextus Pompey is playing the role of the dashing pirate king, relying on wind and waves. Octavian and Agrippa are playing the role of the state, relying on canals and grappling hooks. As the months of 37 BC pass, the fleet grows. The dry land sailors become competent oarsmen. The heavy reinforced ships sit low in the water of Lake Avernus, looking like floating fortresses. Octavian visits the works, likely holding a handkerchief to his nose against the smell of pitch, nodding approval at the rows of triremes. He is still anxious. He always is. But he trusts Agrippa. He frees 20,000 slaves to serve as rowers, a desperate measure that shows just how high the stakes are. Finally, the work is done. The channels are opened. It is a day of high drama. The calm waters of the bay are disturbed as the new Roman navy emerges from the secret womb of the earth. One by one, the ships glide out of the canal, oars flashing in the sun, the newly trained crews pulling with a discipline that surprises even their commanders. The son of Neptune is still out there, patrolling the coast, confident in his mastery of the blue. He has no idea what is coming for him. He thinks he is fighting a boy who gets seasick. He does not realize he is about to fight a machine. The Admiral's Lake has done its job. The ghosts of the underworld have been evicted, replaced by the engines of war. As the fleet turns its prow towards Sicily, the starvation in Rome is about to end, and the Mediterranean is about to learn that while the sea may belong to the gods, the ships now belong to Rome. Octavian, standing on the shore, watches them go. He does not sail with the first wave. He stays on the solid, reliable earth, letting Agrippa take the lead. It is his way. He builds the structure, finds the right man, and then steps back into the shadows to wait for the result. And this time, he knows the result will be different. The water has been tamed. The hook is baited. The pirate hunt has begun. The roar of the waves and the grinding of ships' hulls fade into the distance, replaced by the soft, cultured murmur of a Roman dinner party. We are back in the heart of the city, in the year 39 BCE. The candles are beeswax, burning with a clean golden light. The air is perfumed with saffron and rosewater, masking the lingering scent of the Tiber. Here, amidst the clinking of silver cups and the rustle of expensive silk, Octavian is fighting a battle just as critical as the one against the pirates, though this one is fought with glances and whispers. He is 24 years old, the master of the West, yet socially, he is still something of an outsider. His family name, Octavius, is respectable but provincial. He lacks the deep, ancient roots of the old aristocracy, the nobles who trace their lineage back to the gods. To truly rule Rome, he needs more than legions. He needs legitimacy. He needs a connection to the past that money cannot buy. And on this particular evening, across the crowded room, he sees her. Her name is Livia Drusilla. She is 19 years old, heavily pregnant, and currently married to another man. The man is Tiberius Claudius Nero, a staunch Republican who fought against Octavian in the Perusine War. In fact, Livia spent her early years on the run from Octavian's soldiers, clutching her toddler son, Tiberius, as they fled through the wilds of Sicily and Greece. It is a cinematic twist of fate that the woman fleeing the warlord would eventually become his greatest partner. But tonight, there is no fear. There is only a recognition. Livia is strikingly beautiful. Ancient busts show a face of delicate features, a small mouth, and large, intelligent eyes. But Octavian is not a man led solely by lust. He is a man who falls in love with utility, with order, with intelligence. And in Livia, he finds a mind that mirrors his own. She is a Claudia, a member of one of the oldest, proudest, and most arrogant families in Rome. Her blood is blue enough to dye the Tiber. She possesses a calm, steely demeanor that the Romans call gravitas. While other women giggle or gossip, Livia observes. She speaks with precision. She understands the game. What follows is a scandal that rocks Rome to its foundations, a soap opera played out at the highest level of state. Octavian is currently married to Scribonia, a political match made to appease the family of Sextus Pompey. Scribonia is older, reportedly shrewish, and Octavian loathes the union. On the very day Scribonia gives birth to their daughter, Julia, Octavian divorces her. It is a cold, breathtakingly callous move. "I am tired of her nagging," he reportedly says, dismissing the mother of his only child before the baby is even out of swaddling clothes. At the same time, he approaches Livia's husband, Tiberius Nero, and makes an offer that is more of a command. He wants Livia. In a normal world, this would be a duel to the death, but this is the strange, broken world of the dying republic. Tiberius Nero, perhaps fearing for his life, or perhaps seeing the political advantage, agrees. He not only agrees to divorce his wife, he agrees to give her away at the wedding. The College of Pontiffs is consulted. Can a man marry a woman who is 6 months pregnant with another man's child? The priests, knowing exactly who is asking the question, find a convenient loophole. If the paternity is known, they rule, there is no impediment. So on January 17th, 38th BCE, Octavian marries Livia Drusilla. The wedding is a surreal spectacle. The ex-husband attends, drinking wine and toasting the couple. The bride's belly is swollen with her second son Drusus, who will be born just 3 months later in the house of the new husband. The Roman wits have a field day. A popular joke circulates in the taverns. Only the lucky have children in 3 months. It is messy, hasty, and seemingly reckless. But looking back, we can see it for what it truly was, the final piece of the puzzle. This was not a fling. This was the formation of the most effective power couple in the history of the West. Livia brings to Octavian exactly what he lacks. He has the new money and the army. She has the ancient blood and the social grace. She teaches him how to manage the snobbish senators who look down on his provincial accent. She smooths the feathers he ruffles. She becomes his eyes and ears in the aristocratic circles where men talk freely, thinking the women aren't listening. But Livia is always listening. Later, her great-grandson, the Emperor Caligula, would call her Ulysses in a stola, referring to the cunning Greek hero. It was a compliment. She navigates the treacherous waters of Roman society with the same skill Agrippa uses on the ocean. Scholars and historians have spent centuries debating the true nature of Livia. To the ancient historian Tacitus, writing years later with a deep bias against the empire, she is the evil stepmother archetype, a poisoner, a manipulator, a woman who cleared the path for her own sons by eliminating Octavian's heirs one by one with tainted figs. It is a delicious Gothic image, famously dramatized in novels and television shows. But the reality is likely far less murderous and far more impressive. There is no hard evidence she ever poisoned anyone. Her power didn't come from a vial of arsenic. It came from her absolute competence. Octavian trusts her completely. We have records of his personal notebooks, where he jotted down topics to discuss with her: policy, appointments, strategy. He prepares for conversations with his wife as he would for a meeting with the Senate. That is the measure of his respect. They create a domestic image that becomes a crucial part of their propaganda in a city of excess, where the rich vomit at banquets so they can eat more and dress in translucent silks. Octavian and Livia play-act the role of the humble traditional Roman family. Livia is rarely seen in expensive jewelry. She wears modest wool stolas. She famously spins and weaves the fabric for Octavian's own togas. Imagine the Emperor of Rome, the master of the world, standing in the forum addressing the people, wearing a toga that looks slightly lumpy because his wife made it on a handloom in their living room. It sends a powerful message. We are not kings. We are not Eastern tyrants. We are old-fashioned Romans, just like your grandparents. It is a lie, of course. They are fabulously wealthy and all-powerful. But it is a lie the Romans are desperate to believe. Yet, for all their political success, there is a quiet tragedy at the heart of the marriage. They want a child together, a son who would unite the Julian and Claudian lines, a boy who would be the undisputed heir. Livia gets pregnant once, but the child is born premature and dies. They never conceive again. For 50 years, they live together, faithful, mostly, devoted and partnered, but childless. Octavian, the man who passes laws demanding that aristocratic families have more children, cannot produce one with the woman he loves. It is a bitter irony that haunts the Palatine Hill. The house is filled with children, Livia's sons from her first marriage, Octavian's daughter Julia, and eventually a brood of grandchildren. But the golden child, the blood link between them, never comes. This void creates the central tension that will plague the rest of Augustus's reign. The problem of succession. Because he has no son, he has to look elsewhere. He looks to his nephew Marcellus. He looks to Agrippa. He looks to Livia's sons, Tiberius and Drusus, though he seems to view them as a last resort. Livia, with her patient, long-term vision, champions her son Tiberius. She pushes him forward, not with shouting, but with steady, relentless pressure. He is capable, she whispers. He is strong. He is a Claude. And Octavian, who finds Tiberius gloomy and difficult, resists. It is the one ongoing argument in a marriage of remarkable harmony. But in 38 BCE, the succession is a problem for another day. For now, the partnership is fresh. The scandal of the wedding fades quickly, replaced by the stability Livia brings. Octavian is no longer a lonely young man fighting for survival. He has a sanctuary. When he returns from the stress of the forum, from the shouting mobs and the scheming senators, he comes home to a house that is calm, ordered, and run by a woman who understands the weight of the world because she helps carry it. The sensory atmosphere of their home on the Palatine is one of deliberate restraint. It is not a palace of gold, but a collection of modest rooms painted with frescoes of gardens and birds. Here, in the quiet evenings, the architect of the empire and his wife sit together. He might be reading reports from the fleet. She might be checking the household accounts. They speak in shorthand, finishing each other's thoughts. Outside, the city is chaotic, loud and dangerous, but inside, the center holds. Livia has arrived, and with her, the erratic, desperate phase of Octavian's rise begins to settle into something more permanent. He has the fleet, he has the name, and now he has the partner. The board is set for the final game. The East is waiting, Cleopatra is waiting, but Octavian is no longer just a player. He is part of a team, and that team is unbeatable. The years drift by like leaves on the Tiber, carrying us to 32 BCE. The uneasy truce between East and West has stretched thin, worn down by a decade of silence and suspicion. The world is now two different planets, orbiting the same sun. In the West, Octavian is building a Rome of stone and duty, walking the streets in his homespun toga, playing the part of the modest servant of the state. In the East, Mark Antony has surrendered to a very different kind of gravity. He resides in Alexandria, the glittering jewel of the Mediterranean, a city of glass, gold, and intellectual fire. Here, the air is heavy with the scent of lotus and roasting spices, and life is a perpetual festival. Antony has not just allied with Cleopatra. He has been consumed by her world. He wears the robes of a Hellenistic king, kohl around his eyes, and sits on a golden throne. To the Romans back home, receiving reports from merchants and spies, this is not just bad politics. It is a moral horror story. This is where the true war begins, not with the launch of triremes, but with the dip of a pen. Octavian initiates what modern historians recognize as one of the first and most sophisticated propaganda campaigns in human history. He knows he cannot simply attack Antony. Antony is still a Roman consul, a hero of Philippi, and a man with many friends in the Senate. To attack him is to start another civil war, and Rome is sick of civil wars. So Octavian decides to change the narrative. He will not fight a fellow Roman, he will fight a monster. The War of Whispers starts in the taverns and bathhouses of Rome. Poets commissioned by Maecenas, Octavian's wealthy patron of the arts and cultural minister, begin to circulate verses that mock Antony. They paint him not as a terrifying general, but as a drunken buffoon, a man who has lost his Roman soul to the sorcery of an Egyptian witch. They say he is no longer a man. He is a lapdog. They whisper that he has forgotten the virile austerity of his ancestors to wallow in the soft, perfumed corruption of the East. It is a brilliant strategy. By targeting Cleopatra, Octavian taps into a deep, primal Roman xenophobia. She is the Eastern whore, the danger from the desert, the woman who threatens to turn the capital into a harem. Antony, to his credit, makes it easy for them. In 34 BCE, he stages a spectacle in Alexandria, known as the Donations of Alexandria. It is a piece of political theatre so grandiose and ill-advised that it feels like a fever dream. Seated on silver thrones in the gymnasium of the city, Antony and Cleopatra distribute the kingdoms of the East to their children. He declares Caesarion, Cleopatra's son by Julius Caesar, to be the true heir of Caesar, a direct slap in the face to Octavian. He gives Roman provinces to his own children with the queen as if they were party favors. When the news reaches Rome, the Senate is stunned. Giving away Roman land to foreign princes. It is treason wrapped in silk. But Octavian needs a final nail in the coffin. He needs proof that Antony is beyond redemption. In 32 BC, he performs an act of breathtaking sacrilege that shows just how far he is willing to go. He learns that Antony has deposited his last will and testament with the Vestal Virgins for safekeeping. The Temple of Vesta is the holiest site in Rome, a sanctuary that no man is allowed to violate. The documents inside are sacred, sealed by the gods. Octavian does not care. He marches into the temple, ignores the protests of the terrified priestesses, and seizes the will. He brings the document to the Senate House. The senators are horrified by the breach of religious law. Octavian has effectively robbed a church, but their horror turns to shock as he begins to read. He reads the passages where Antony asks to be buried in Alexandria, beside Cleopatra, rather than in Rome. It is the ultimate betrayal. To a Roman, where you are buried defines who you are. By choosing Egypt as his final resting place, Antony has declared that he is no longer Roman. Scholars still debate the authenticity of this will. Did Octavian forge it? Did he edit it? Or was Antony truly so lost in his Egyptian dream that he wrote his own political death warrant? We will likely never know. But the effect is electric. The Senate, which had been wavering, finally turns. The nuance of the civil war is stripped away. It is no longer Octavian versus Antony. It is Rome versus Egypt. It is civilization versus barbarism. Octavian goes to the temple of Bellona, the war goddess. There is an ancient ritual for declaring war on a foreign enemy, involving a priest throwing a blood-tipped spear into a patch of ground representing enemy territory. Octavian stands before the crowd. He does not declare war on Mark Antony. He declares war on Cleopatra. It is a masterstroke of legal fiction. By fighting the queen, he strips Antony of his citizenship, his rank, and his validity. If Antony fights for her, he is a traitor fighting for a foreign power. If he does not, he is a coward. Octavian has trapped the old lion in a cage of words. The atmosphere in Rome shifts from dread to a grim, unified resolve. The factories of Italy begin to churn out weapons. The shipyards of Agrippa, silent for a few years, roar back to life. Men enlist not to kill their brothers, but to save their city from the accursed woman. Octavian has successfully united the West by inventing a monster in the East. He has turned a power struggle into a crusade. Antony and Cleopatra are not blind to this. They gather their forces at Ephesus. It is a massive host, 500 warships, 100,000 infantry, 12,000 cavalry. It is the largest military force the Mediterranean has ever seen. They move slowly toward Greece, a glittering, heavy wave of power. They bring with them the wealth of the Ptolemies, actors, musicians, and enough gold to buy the world. But they are weighed down by baggage, both literal and emotional. Antony is conflicted. His officers are bickering with Cleopatra, and the morale of his Roman soldiers is sinking as they realize they are fighting for a queen. Octavian moves his headquarters to Brundisium, on the heel of Italy. He is 31 years old. He stands on the dock, looking east across the Adriatic. The wind is picking up. The war of whispers is over. The talking is done. The ink is dry. Now, the wood and the iron must speak. He boards the flagship. Behind him, the whole of Italy stands ready, terrified but loyal. Ahead of him lies the final test. The ghost of Caesar is watching. The sea is waiting. And somewhere across the water, the lovers are waiting too, trapped in the tragedy that Octavian has so carefully written for them. The Ionian Sea is a sheet of hammered bronze under the September sun. It is the second day of the month, 31 BCE. Off the coast of western Greece, near the promontory of Actium, the water is crowded with the most lethal gathering of timber and iron in human history. On one side, the massive towering galleys of Mark Antony and Cleopatra bob heavily in the swell. These ships are floating castles, reinforced with bronze belts, their decks packed with archers and siege engines. They are designed to smash, to crush, to intimidate by sheer scale. On the other side, the fleet of Octavian and Agrippa waits. Their ships are smaller, lower, the Liburnian galleys, agile, vicious, and swarming like wasps. The air is still, the wind holding its breath, waiting for the afternoon breeze that arrives like clockwork in this part of the world. For days, the two heavyweights have stared each other down. Antony's army is sick, hungry, and demoralized, camped in a malaria-ridden swamp, while Agrippa has systematically cut off their supply lines. Antony knows he is trapped. He knows he cannot win a land war against the disciplined legions of the West. His only hope is to break the blockade at sea and escape back to Egypt to fight another day. It is a desperate gamble, but Antony is a gambler by nature. He orders the sails to be brought on board, a strange order for a battle, usually fought with oars alone. Sails are for fleeing, not fighting. His captains exchange worried glances. The message is clear. We are not here to conquer. We are here to run. The battle begins at noon. The heat is intense. The sound of thousands of oars striking the water creates a low rhythmic thunder. Antony's great ships lurch forward, trying to use their weight to smash the smaller Roman vessels. But Agrippa's captains are too smart. They refuse to engage head-on. They dance around the Leviathans, darting in to shear off oars, firing volleys of arrows and burning pitch, then retreating before the heavy grappling hooks can catch them. It is a matador fighting a bull. The sea churns with foam and blood. Smoke rises in thick, black columns as pitch-soaked wood catches fire. The noise is deafening, the screams of dying men, the crack of timber, the roar of officers shouting orders through megaphones. In the center of the chaos, Octavian is quiet. He is on his flagship, but he is not commanding the maneuvers. He leaves that to Agrippa. He is the symbol, the presence, the eye of the storm. He watches the chessboard, trusting his knight to make the moves. And then, the moment comes that has puzzled historians for 2,000 years. In the rear of Antony's formation, the 60 Egyptian warships of Cleopatra's personal fleet are waiting. They are fast, sleek, and laden with the queen's treasure. Suddenly, as a gap opens in the center of the battle line, the purple sails of the royal flagship unfurl. They catch the wind, and without firing a shot, without engaging a single enemy, Cleopatra's fleet shoots through the gap and races for the open sea. She is leaving. Antony sees her go. He is in the thick of the fight, his men dying around him. He sees the purple sails diminishing on the horizon, and in a moment of madness that defies all military logic and Roman honor, he abandons his army. He abandons his fleet. He jumps into a small, fast quinquerem and chases after her. It is the most expensive romantic gesture in history. He trades the world for a woman. The silence that must have fallen over his fleet as they realized their commander had fled is unimaginable. They fight on for a while, confused, leaderless, but the heart has gone out of them. By late afternoon, the battle is effectively over. The great floating castles surrender or burn. The sea is littered with wreckage. Octavian has won. But it is a strange victory. There was no brilliant tactical stroke, no grand envelopment. The enemy simply dissolved. The War of Two Worlds ended not with a bang, but with a lover's quarrel. Octavian spends the night on board his ship. The sensory reality of the aftermath is grim. The smell of burnt wood and death, the groans of the wounded drifting across the water. But his mind is already moving forward. He knows this is the end of the civil wars. He knows there is no one left. He is 32 years old, and he is the sole master of the Roman world. He lands in Greece and begins the slow process of cleanup. He shows mercy to the Roman soldiers who surrendered, incorporating them into his own army. He is done with prescriptions. He is done with heads on spikes. He is shifting gears from warlord to statesman. He needs these men to build the peace. Meanwhile, the fugitives reach Egypt. The final act of the tragedy plays out in Alexandria. It is a slow, agonizing slide into doom. Antony sinks into depression, building a small hermitage by the harbor. Cleopatra tries to negotiate, sending desperate letters to Octavian, offering to abdicate if her children can survive. Octavian replies with vague, polite evasions. He wants them alive. He wants to parade the Queen of Egypt through the streets of Rome in chains, the jewel in his triumph. In August of 30 BCE, Octavian arrives in Egypt. The resistance is token. Antony's remaining troops defect. On the 1st of August, hearing a false rumor that Cleopatra is dead, Antony stabs himself. He does not die immediately. He is hauled up to the window of the mausoleum where Cleopatra has barricaded herself and dies in her arms. It is a scene of operatic grief, the blood on her hands, the wailing of her women. A few days later, Octavian enters the city. He visits the queen. It is their only meeting. History holds its breath as the two most famous figures of the age face each other. Cleopatra is nearly 40, grief-stricken, disheveled, but still possessing the charm that broke Caesar and Antony. She tries to talk to him, to charm him, perhaps to seduce him. But Octavian is not Caesar. He is not Antony. He is immune to charisma. He looks at her with cold, pale eyes and tells her to be of good cheer, that she will be treated well. But she sees through him. She knows she is just a trophy to him. She denies him that satisfaction. On August 12th, she commits suicide. Legend says by the bite of an asp, a cobra, hidden in a basket of figs. It is a final act of defiance. By dying as a queen, she robs him of his triumph. When Octavian's men break into the room and find her dead on her golden couch, her handmaidens dying at her feet, Octavian is reportedly furious, but also perhaps impressed. He grants her wish to be buried beside Antony. He stands in the silence of the palace of the Ptolemies. The dynasty is dead. Egypt, the oldest kingdom in the world, is now a Roman province. The immense wealth of the pharaohs, tons of gold, centuries of accumulated treasure, is now his. He is personally the richest man who has ever lived. The civil wars are over. The shouting is done. The Mediterranean is a Roman lake. Octavian turns to his officers. "Send word to Rome," he might have said. "Tell them the wars are finished. Tell them peace has come." But as he walks out into the blinding Egyptian sun, he knows the hardest part is just beginning. Conquering the world was the easy part. Now, he has to figure out how to rule it. The summer of 29th BCE brings a heat to Rome that feels different from the suffocating, anxious summers of the past. The air is no longer thick with the dust of marching legions or the smoke of burning farms. Instead, it glitters. The city is preparing for a party that'll last for 3 full days, a spectacle so grand that grandfathers will tell their grandchildren about the colors, the noise, and the sheer impossible scale of it for decades to come. Octavian is coming home. But he is not just returning. He is bringing the world with him. He celebrates a triple triumph, 3 successive days of parades to mark his victories in Illyricum, at Actium, and over Egypt. The sensory overload is absolute. Imagine the roar of 300,000 people packed into the narrow streets, hanging from rooftops, squeezing onto the steps of temples. The air smells of crushed flowers, expensive incense, and the sweat of the mob. On the first day, they celebrate the Balkan Wars, a grim professional display of military competence. On the second day, the victory at Actium, the prows of Antony's smashed ships rolling down the Via Sacra on carts, the bronze beaks gleaming like severed heads. But it is the third day that breaks the mind of the city. The third day is Egypt. Rome has never seen wealth like this. The float passing before the stunned crowd carries a solid gold statue of Cleopatra lying on her deathbed, the asp coiled around her arm. Behind her, the treasures of the Ptolemies are piled high: silver plate, alabaster jars, pearls the size of grapes, and gold dust in heaps. A giraffe, a creature no Roman has ever seen, walks awkwardly in the procession, its long neck craning above the heads of the legionaries, a living testament to the strange distant lands now under Roman rule. The influx of precious metal is so massive that the economy of Rome actually wobbles. Interest rates plummet from 12% to 4% overnight, and land prices soar. Octavian has not just won a war, he has bought the peace. But amidst the gold and the cheering, there is a shadow. In the parade, walking with the quiet dignity of the doomed, are the children of Cleopatra, Alexander Helios, and Cleopatra Selene. They are dressed in the robes of the sun and moon, weighed down by heavy golden chains. The crowd, usually cruel, falls silent as they pass. They are just children. Octavian spares them, sending them to be raised by his sister Octavia, a gesture of strange, complex mercy. But there is one child who is missing. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra, is nowhere to be seen. While the crowds cheer, the boy who would be Caesar is already dead. Octavian had him intercepted as he tried to flee to India. The historical record gives us the chilling justification Octavian reportedly used, quoting a line from Homer, but twisting it. 2 Caesars is 1 too many. It is the cold, hard math of survival. He can allow Antony's children to live because they are merely Antony's. But Caesarion carried the blood of the god. There can be no rival son. The execution is done quietly, far from the parade. The triumph is for the public. The murder is for the state. When the shouting finally dies down and the last drunken reveler has staggered home, Octavian performs a ritual that means more to him than all the gold in Egypt. He walks to the small, archaic temple of Janus in the Forum. Janus is the two-faced god of beginnings and endings, of doorways and transitions. By ancient tradition, the heavy bronze gates of his temple stand open whenever Rome is at war, which, for the Romans, meant they were almost always open. They had stood open for 200 years, a gaping mouth of perpetual conflict. The hinges were likely rusted stiff. Octavian orders them closed. It is a moment of profound, almost religious theater. We can imagine the sound, the grinding of metal on stone, the groan of the neglected hinges, and then the heavy, final clang as the doors meet. The sound echoes across the Forum. For the first time in living memory, the god of war is sleeping. The message is simple and overwhelming. It is over. The civil wars, the proscriptions, the fear of the night knock, it is all finished. The psychological impact on the Roman people cannot be overstated. A generation had grown up knowing nothing but instability. They had seen heads on spikes. They had seen their parents lose their farms. They had seen the sky turn black with the smoke of burning cities. Now the gates are shut. The silence that follows is not the silence of terror, but the silence of exhaustion turning into relief. The poet Horace, writing in this era, captures the mood not as triumph, but as a deep, grateful exhale. He writes of the pleasure of simply sitting under a tree, drinking wine, without the fear of a soldier taking it from you. But Octavian knows that closing the gates is not enough. Peace is fragile. If he simply disbands the armies and steps down, chaos will return. The vacuum of power is what caused the wars in the first place. He faces the dictator's dilemma. How do you hold on to absolute power without being murdered like Julius Caesar? Caesar had made himself a king in all but name, wearing red boots and sitting on a golden chair. He had humiliated the Senate. Octavian is smarter. He knows he must hide the power to keep it. He begins a delicate dance of false modesty. He refuses the title of dictator He refuses the title of Romulus, which some flatterers suggest because it sounds too kingly. He walks to the Senate without bodyguards, wearing a toga that is not purple, but the simple white of a magistrate. He chats with senators, asking about their families, their health. He attends the law courts, sitting not on a throne but on the bench with other judges. He is dismantling the image of the warlord and constructing the image of the first citizen. He starts to use his immense wealth to heal the scars of the city. He pays for the repair of the Via Flaminia, the great road to the north. He restores 82 crumbling temples, polishing the tarnished image of the gods. He is telling the Romans, through stone and mortar, that the old ways are coming back. Look, he says, I am not destroying the Republic. I am fixing it. It is a beautiful lie. The Republic is dead. The Senate is a debating club with no real teeth. The armies answer only to him. But the Romans are tired of the truth. They want the lie. They want the illusion of freedom with the safety of monarchy. They look at the closed gates of Janus, and they look at the quiet, serious man who closed them, and they make a silent bargain. You keep us safe, they think, and we will pretend you are not a king. As the year 29 BCE turns into 28, the city settles into a new rhythm. The frantic energy of survival is replaced by the steady hum of administration. Octavian works late into the night, reading census reports, financial audits, and grain schedules. He is not a romantic hero riding into the sunset. He is the building superintendent of the world, making sure the roof doesn't leak and the tenants pay their rent. And for the first time in centuries, the tenants are sleeping soundly. The nightmare of history has paused. The gates are closed, and the man with the keys is just getting started. The morning of January 16th, 27 BCE is cold. A thin frost coats the bronze statues in the forum, and the breath of the senators mists in the air as they shuffle into the curia. The mood is uncertain. Rumors have been flying for days, whispers that the young Caesar is planning something big, something that will alter the fabric of the state yet again. The senators take their seats on the wooden benches, wrapping their heavy wool togas tight against the chill. They look at Octavian. He sits quietly, his face a mask of polite concern. He looks tired. He has been the master of the world for 3 years now, holding the powers of a king without the title. Today, he stands up to speak. He pulls a scroll from his sleeve. The room goes deadly silent. In a voice that is calm, measured, and perhaps practiced in front of a mirror with Livia, he drops the bombshell. I shall lead you no longer, he tells them. Receive back your liberty and the Republic. Take over the army and the subject provinces, and govern yourselves as you have been used to do. He lists his powers: the command of the legions, the control of the treasury, the governance of Egypt, and formally resigns them all. He places the fate of the empire back into the hands of the Senate and the people of Rome. It is a moment of breathtaking political theater. On the surface, it is the act of a selfless hero, a Cincinnatus returning to his plow after saving the state. He is doing what Julius Caesar refused to do. He is letting go. But look closer at the faces in the room. The reaction is not joy, it is panic. Some of the senators are in on the act, of course, loyalists who know their lines. But many are genuinely terrified. They remember the chaos before Octavian. They remember the civil wars, the proscriptions, the burning cities. They look at this frail man and realize that he is the only thing holding the wolf by the ears. If he lets go, the wolf bites. And so, a strange, inverted riot breaks out in the Senate House. Men shout, "No!" They weep, they tear their togas. They beg the dictator not to abandon them to their own freedom. "We cannot survive without you," they cry. It is exactly what Octavian knew would happen. He has gambled everything on the cowardice and exhaustion of the ruling class, and the gamble pays out instantly. He feigns reluctance, he hesitates, he lets them plead. Finally, with a heavy sigh of duty, he agrees to stay, but only on his terms. A deal is struck, a compromise that effectively legalizes the empire while pretending to restore the republic. The Senate will govern the peaceful, wealthy provinces in the center of the empire, places like Asia and Africa, where there are no armies. Octavian, in his great generosity, will take on the burden of the dangerous border provinces, Gaul, Spain, Syria, Egypt. It sounds like he is taking the hard job, but the dangerous provinces are where the legions are. By burdening himself with the frontiers, he legally retains command of almost every soldier in the Roman world. The Senate gets the olive groves. He gets the swords. It is a sleight of hand so elegant that the senators almost feel grateful for being disarmed. Then comes the matter of the name. He can no longer be just Octavian or Caesar. He needs a title that signifies his new, unique status. Some suggest Romulus, the founder of Rome. It is a strong, kingly name. But Octavian rejects it. Romulus was a king, yes, but he also murdered his brother. The vibes are wrong. He wants something that sounds less like a monarch and more like a something holy. The Senate debates. Finally, a senator named Monarchs Plancus proposes a word that has never been used as a name before: Augustus. It is a word rich with religious weight. It is connected to the word auctoritas, authority, and augere, to increase. It implies someone who is revered, majestic, or consecrated by the gods. It is not a military rank. It is an aura. By accepting this name, he lifts himself above the muddy reality of politics into a sphere of sacred necessity. He is no longer just a man. He is a revered institution. On this day, Octavian dies, and Augustus is born. To mark the occasion, the Senate votes him honors that are symbolic but visually overwhelming. They vote to hang a wreath of oak leaves, the corona civica, above the door of his house on the Palatine. In Roman tradition, this wreath is given to a soldier who saves the life of a fellow citizen in battle. By hanging it on his door, the Senate is saying, "He has saved the lives of all of us." They also set up a golden shield in the Senate House, inscribed with the 4 virtues of the new regime: virtus, courage; clementia, clemency; justitia, justice; and pietas, duty. It is a total victory. He walks out of the Senate House that afternoon, not as a tyrant, but as the first citizen, princeps. He has solved the puzzle that killed his father. Julius Caesar demanded power and got a knife in the back. Augustus pretended to refuse power and was begged to take it. He understands the fundamental paradox of the Roman mind. They will accept a master as long as he does not call himself king. But what did this moment feel like for the ordinary Roman? For the baker in the Subura or the dockworker at Ostia, the constitutional details were irrelevant. They didn't care about the difference between proconsular authority and tribunician power. They cared that the price of grain was stable. They cared that the streets were safe. They cared that for the first time in their lives, No one was conscripting their sons to die in a muddy field in Macedonia. They saw the oak wreath on his door and nodded. Good, they thought. The steady man is in charge. Scholars still argue over whether the restoration of the Republic in 27 BCE was a cynical sham or a pragmatic hybrid. Was Augustus laughing behind his hand? Or did he truly believe he was creating a new version of the Republic, one guided by a guardian? The truth is likely in the middle. Augustus was a conservative revolutionary. He loved the old forms, the togas, the rituals, the titles. He didn't want to destroy the Senate. He just wanted to render it harmless. He wanted the feeling of the Republic without the chaos of the Republic. As night falls on that historic January day, the new Augustus returns to his home. He walks under the oak wreath. Livia is waiting. They probably do not celebrate with wild partying. That is not their style. They might share a quiet dinner, perhaps some figs and cheese, and discuss the day's performance. They know that the hard work is not over. A name is just a word. A shield is just metal. The reality of ruling a sprawling, diverse, and fractious empire is waiting for them in the morning. But for tonight, the architecture of the future is in place. The foundation stone has been laid. The empire has officially begun, hidden inside the shell of the Republic, like a pearl inside an oyster. The trick has worked. The audience has applauded. And the curtain rises on the long golden afternoon of the Pax Romana. The golden shield hangs in the Curia Julia, gleaming in the shafts of sunlight that pierce the dusty air of the Senate House. It is a masterpiece of propaganda, hammered from precious metal and inscribed with the 4 cardinal virtues the Senate has graciously attributed to Augustus. Virtues: clementia, iustitia, pietas, courage, mercy, justice, duty. Every senator who walks past it is reminded of the new reality. The shield is beautiful, heavy, and expensive. It is also, in a very real sense, a cage. It traps Augustus in the role of the benevolent father, and it traps the Senate in the role of the grateful children. But as the months of the restored Republic turn into years, the shiny veneer begins to scratch, revealing the hard, cold iron beneath. By 23 BCE, the initial euphoria of the settlement has worn off. The Roman elite are realizing that the first citizen is not just a figurehead, he is a bottleneck. Augustus has held the consulship, the highest office in the state, every single year since 31 BCE. This is a problem. The consulship is the prize every ambitious Roman aristocrat dreams of. It is the peak of a career, the way to get your name on the calendar and your wax mask in the family hallway. By hogging one of the 2 spots every year, Augustus is effectively blocking the career ladder. The senators are crumbling. They don't want freedom. They want promotions. And a crumbling senator is a dangerous senator. Augustus, with his uncanny ability to hear whispers before they are spoken, senses the shift. He realizes that the arrangement of 27 BCE was too clumsy, too visible. He is still looking too much like a monarch. He needs to step back even further into the shadows to become even more powerful. He needs a power that is absolute but looks like nothing. In the summer of 23 BCE, he makes a move that baffles the uninitiated but delights the constitutional lawyers. He resigns the consulship. He steps down. He hands the fasces, the bundle of rods and axes that symbolize power, to another man. The Senate is confused. Is he quitting? Is he retiring? No, he is upgrading. In exchange for giving up the consulship, the Senate grants him tribunicia potestas, the tribunician power for life. This is the master key to the Roman constitution. The tribune of the plebs was the ancient defender of the common people. A tribune is physically sacrosanct. To touch him is a religious crime punishable by death. A tribune can veto any act of the Senate, any law, any election. A tribune can convene the Senate and propose legislation. By taking this power, Augustus aligns himself not with the arrogant aristocracy, but with the common man. He is now the permanent champion of the people. He can legally block anything he dislikes without ever having to command an army. He can sit in the Senate, not in the consul's chair, but on a modest bench between the two consuls. He looks like a helper. In reality, he is the puppet master. But just as this new, invisible monarchy is taking root, the illusion cracks. The year 23 BCE is not just a year of legal brilliance. It is a year of scandal and betrayal that nearly brings the whole house of cards crashing down. It begins with a trial. A former governor named Marcus Primus is accused of waging an illegal war in Thrace. When questioned, Primus drops a bombshell. "I did it because Augustus ordered me to." This is a disaster. Augustus is technically a private citizen in regard to the provinces he doesn't govern. He has no legal right to order a governor to make war. If he did, he is a tyrant acting above the law. The trial becomes a sensation. Augustus actually appears in court, uninvited. Imagine the tension as the first citizen walks into the tribunal. The defense lawyer, Licinius Murena, is a sharp-tongued, fearless man. He looks at Augustus and asks the question everyone is thinking. "What are you doing here? Who called you?" Augustus, cool as a frozen lake, replies, "The public interest." It is a chilling moment. He is asserting that he is the public interest. Primus is condemned, but the damage is done. Murena, the lawyer, is furious. And Murena is not just a lawyer. He is the brother-in-law of Maecenas, Augustus's closest friend and cultural minister. This touches the inner circle. Shortly after, a conspiracy is uncovered. Fannius Caepio and Licinius Murena are accused of plotting to assassinate Augustus. Historians still argue violently about this. Was there a real plot? Or was Murena just too loud, too critical, too close to the truth during the trial? Did Augustus frame him to silence a dangerous voice? The timing is suspicious. The state moves with terrifying speed. There is no public trial this time. The verdict is passed in absentia. Murena and Caepio attempt to flee but are hunted down and executed without mercy. The Murena affair is the moment the mask slips. It shows Rome that the golden shield is backed by the executioner's sword. It also breaks the heart of the regime. Maecenas, the man who spun the poetry and built the image of the Golden Age, falls from grace. It is said he told his wife, Murena's sister, about the discovery of the plot, betraying a state secret to save her brother. Augustus never forgives him. The friendship cools. Maecenas, the great patron, retires to his gardens, leaving Augustus more isolated than ever. Yet, to the average Roman, these political blood feuds are distant thunder. They see the results of the new system, and the results are good. The city is safer. Augustus creates the vigils, a night watch that functions as a police force and fire brigade. For the first time, someone is actually trying to stop Rome from burning down. He creates the Praetorian Guard, an elite unit stationed in and around Rome. Ostensibly, they are there to protect the peace. In reality, they are the emperor's personal sword, the only soldiers allowed in Italy. Their presence is a constant, silent reminder. Play nice, or else. Augustus also begins to master the art of being everywhere and nowhere. He travels constantly, inspecting the provinces, settling disputes, reorganizing taxes. He is a workaholic. He does not rule from a distance. He gets his hands dirty with the minutiae of governance. He fixes the grain supply. He repairs the aqueducts. He reforms the coinage. He is building a machine that runs on competence, not charisma. The invisible monarchy is now complete. The Senate still meets. The consuls are still elected. The courts still sit. But everyone knows the truth. If you look at the floor of the Senate House, you see the golden shield. If you look at the streets, you see the vigils. If you look at the shadows, you see the praetorians. Augustus has achieved the impossible. He has put the Roman Republic in a museum while it is still breathing, keeping it on life support as a display piece while he builds a new world next door. The sensory atmosphere of Rome in this period is one of hushed efficiency. The shouting of the demagogues has been replaced by the scratching of clerks' pens. The chaos of the mob has been replaced by the tramp of the night watch. It is a quieter Rome, a cleaner Rome, a Rome where you can walk at night without being stabbed, provided you do not speak too loudly against the man on the Palatine. The golden shield promises liberty, but the eyes of the statue seem to follow you wherever you go. Liberty has been traded for order, and most Romans, checking their full bellies and safe homes, seem to think it is a fair price. The summer of 23 BC is stifling. A heavy, humid blanket of heat lies over Rome, trapping the smells of the river and the dust of the streets. But the true heat is concentrated in a single, darkened room on the Palatine Hill. Here, the curtains are drawn tight against the sun. Slaves move in silent, terrified orbits, changing soaked linen sheets and wringing out sponges. In the center of the room, fighting for every breath, lies the master of the world. Augustus is dying. He has always been sickly. We have seen him shivering in blankets at Philippi and nursing stomachaches in Spain. But this is different. This is a systemic collapse. His liver is failing. Abscesses rack his body. High fevers consume him. The doctors, the best in the Greek and Roman world, are helpless. They have tried heat, poultices, and prayers. Nothing works. The man who closed the gates of Janus and outwitted the Senate is now being defeated by his own biology. Outside the bedroom door, the empire is holding its breath. The terrifying reality of the Augustan system is suddenly laid bare. It is not a system at all. It is a man. If he dies now, there is no constitution, no succession plan, no law that dictates what happens next. There are only legions loyal to a name and generals who remember how to march on Rome. The abyss of civil war, which everyone thought was sealed shut, is yawning open again. In this fevered twilight, Augustus makes a decision that has analyzed by historians for centuries. He calls his closest associates to his bedside. The room is crowded with anxiety. Standing there is Marcus Agrippa, the rough-handed general who won his wars. Standing there is Marcellus, his beautiful golden-haired nephew, married to Augustus's daughter, Julia. Marcellus is the public favorite, the boy the mob loves, the one everyone assumes is the heir. Augustus reaches out his hand. He does not give his signet ring, the symbol of his personal authority, to the blood relative, Marcellus. He gives it to Agrippa. It is a shock that ripples through the room. By handing the ring to Agrippa, Augustus is saying, "If I die, the boy cannot hold this. Only the soldier can keep the wolves at bay." He then hands his official papers, the accounts of the empire and the disposition of the troops, to his co-consul Calpurnius Piso. It is a masterclass in dying politically. He gives the power to his general, but the state to the Senate's representative. Even on his deathbed, he is balancing the scales, ensuring that if he goes, he does not look like a king passing a crown to a prince. But he does not go. Enter Antonius Musa, a Greek physician with a radical idea. Since hot poultices have failed, he suggests the opposite. He prescribes cold, freezing cold. He orders Augustus to stop the hot baths and instead douses him in ice water. He makes him drink cold potions. It is a shock therapy, a reset for the body. It sounds miserable. Imagine shivering in an ice bath while already sick, but miraculously, it works. The fever breaks. The inflammation subsides. Augustus, the survivor, cheats death once again. He rises from the bed, frail and gaunt, but alive. The Senate is so relieved, they vote to build a statue of the doctor, Musa, alongside the gods of healing. But the gods are not done with the house of Augustus. They demand a balance. As Augustus recovers, a shadow falls over the golden boy. Later that same year, a plague sweeps through Rome. It bypasses the old, recovered emperor and strikes the young, healthy Marcellus. The nephew, the hope of the dynasty, the boy who was supposed to be the future, falls ill. And unlike his uncle, he does not recover. Marcellus dies at the age of 19. The grief in Rome is genuine and overwhelming. Marcellus was the people's prince, handsome, charming, and untainted by the blood of the civil wars. Augustus is devastated. He buries the boy in the massive, unfinished mausoleum he is building for his family on the Campus Martius. He names a theater after him, the Theater of Marcellus, which still stands in Rome today, a curved wall of travertine acting as a tombstone for a ghost. There is a famous, heart-wrenching story told about this time. The poet Virgil is invited to the palace to read sections of his work in progress, the Aeneid, to Augustus and his sister Octavia, Marcellus's mother. Virgil reads the passage in Book 6 where Aeneas travels to the underworld and sees the soul of a young man destined to die too soon. When Virgil reaches the line to Marcellus Eris, "You shall be Marcellus," Octavia faints dead away. Augustus weeps. It is a rare glimpse of the raw human pain behind the marble facade. But even in grief, the calculator is clicking. Marcellus is dead. Augustus has no son. The ring is back on his finger, but for how long? He looks at his daughter, Julia. She is a widow now, at 16. She is the key. She carries the blood of Caesar. He looks at Agrippa. Agrippa is 40 years old, loyal, capable, and currently married to Marcella, Octavia's daughter. It is a mess. But Augustus cuts the knot with his usual ruthlessness. He orders Agrippa to divorce his wife and marry Julia. It is a command, not a request. Agrippa, the loyal soldier, obeys. He divorces a woman he likely loves to marry the emperor's teenage daughter. It is a political union of pure necessity. Agrippa is now not just the general. He is the son-in-law, the guardian, the designated successor. Augustus has secured the immediate safety of the state, but at a cost to everyone's happiness. Julia is a vivacious, intelligent young woman, now tied to a grim middle-aged soldier who smells of campfires and duty. It is a mismatch that will sow the seeds of future tragedy. Scholars Scholars and gossips, ancient and modern, have whispered about this sequence of events. Did Livia have a hand in Marcellus's death? The timing was certainly convenient for her own son Tiberius, who stood to gain if the rival heir was removed. Tacitus hints at it. Robert Graves and Claudius makes it a central plot point, but there is no evidence. In a city like Rome, crowded and unsanitary, death needed no help from poison. It was likely just the tragic randomness of the ancient world, where a mosquito bite or a cup of bad water could kill an emperor as easily as a slave. The year 23 BCE ends with a somber lesson. Augustus has built a structure that can survive wars, pirates, and senators, but it cannot survive his own absence. He realizes he cannot just rule, he must breed. He needs heirs, he needs a dynasty. The Republic is a fiction, the reality is a family business, and the family is running out of staff. As the winter rains wash the dust from the streets, Augustus sits in his study. He is alive, thanks to the ice water. But the near miss has changed him. He is more urgent now. He begins to draft new laws, moral laws, laws to encourage marriage and childbirth. He looks at the empty chair where Marcellus used to sit, and he knows that time is the one enemy he cannot exile. He must build faster. He must build stronger. He must build a bloodline that is as durable as the stone he is using to pave the forum. The brush with death has not weakened his resolve. It has hardened it into a diamond. The sound of Rome is changing. For centuries, the noise of the city was the clash of iron, swords against shields, riots in the forum, the chaotic roar of a society at war with itself. But now, as we move into the middle years of Augustus's reign, a new rhythm takes over. It is the rhythmic clink, clink, clink of chisels on stone, the groan of wooden cranes lifting heavy blocks, and the splash of fresh water rushing through new channels. The sword has been beaten, not into a plowshare, but into a trowel. Augustus has survived the sickness, and he has secured the succession for the moment. Now he turns his eyes to the stage upon which his great drama is played. He looks at Rome and sees that it is unworthy of its masters. It is a city of narrow, twisting streets, prone to terrifying fires and devastating floods. The buildings are largely made of sun-dried brick and timber, cheap, flammable, and ugly. The great capital of the world looks, frankly, like a provincial shantytown compared to the glittering Hellenistic cities of the East like Alexandria or Antioch. Augustus takes this personally. He believes that the majesty of the empire must be reflected in the majesty of its walls. If the Romans are to feel like the masters of the world, they must live in a city that looks like it owns the world. And so, the great renovation begins. It is the largest construction project in antiquity. Scaffolding rises like a second forest over the 7 hills. The air is thick with the white dust of travertine and Carrara marble. Augustus famously boasts, "I found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble." It is one of history's most famous quotes, and while modern archaeologists will tell you he mostly just faced the brick with thin veneers of marble, a kind of imperial wallpaper, the effect is dazzling. The brown, muddy tones of the old republic vanish, replaced by the blinding white and cool gray of the new empire. At the heart of this transformation is once again the indispensable Marcus Agrippa. While Augustus plans the temples, Agrippa focuses on the plumbing. He understands that a civilized city is a clean city. He repairs the old aqueducts and builds new ones, including the Aqua Virgo, which still supplies the water for the Trevi fountain today. Imagine the sensory shock for the ordinary Roman. For generations, water was a precious, scarce commodity carried in jars from muddy riverbanks. Now, suddenly, it flows freely. Fountains spring up in street corners, gushing cool, clear water day and night. The sound of running water becomes the background music of the Pax Romana, a constant, soothing reminder that the government is working. Agrippa also builds the first great public baths, a palace of hygiene open to the public. He builds the original Pantheon, a temple to all the gods, though the domed version we see today is a later rebuild. But the ambition is there. The inscription on the front still bears his name, M. Agrippa LF, Cos Tertium Fecit. Marcus Agrippa, son of Lucius, made this. It is a friendship carved in stone, the general building the stage for the emperor. Augustus, meanwhile, focuses on the Forum. He builds a new one, the Forum of Augustus, to relieve the overcrowding of the old city center. It is not just a marketplace, it is a museum of Roman glory. In the center stands the massive temple of Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger. It is the fulfillment of a vow he made 20 years earlier on the dusty plains of Philippi before the battle against Brutus and Cassius. The temple is terrifyingly grand, filled with captured standards and the swords of defeated enemies. But flanking the temple are long colonnades filled with statues of Rome's great men, generals, kings, heroes, all leading inevitably to the statue of Augustus himself. It is a subtle rewriting of history. All of the past was just a prelude to him. Scholars debate the economic reality behind this building boom. Was it just vanity, or was it a massive Keynesian job creation program? Rome was full of unemployed men who used to be soldiers. By turning them into construction workers, Augustus keeps them fed, busy, and too tired to riot. He imports oceans of colored marble from across the empire, yellow from Africa, green from Greece, purple from Turkey. The very stones of the Forum prove the reach of his power. To walk through Rome is to walk through a map of the conquest. But the transformation is not just physical, it is moral. Augustus restores 82 temples in a single year. He brings back forgotten priesthoods, dusts off archaic rituals, and insists on the wearing of the toga in the Forum. He wants Rome to look old-fashioned and pious. He is trying to design a city that enforces behavior through its very architecture. The wide, straight avenues encourage orderly marching, not chaotic mobs. The soaring temples make men feel small and the state feel large. There is a softness here, too, amidst the stone. Livia creates the Porticus Liviae, a public garden on the Esquiline Hill. It is a place of leisure, with vines and walkways built on the site of a massive mansion that Augustus ordered demolished because it was too luxurious. The message is clear. Luxury for the private individual is bad. Beauty for the public is good. The emperor lives in a modest house, but the people walk in marble colonnades. It is a populist masterstroke. As the sun sets over the new Rome, the white marble turns to gold and then to blue. The city glows. It is no longer the frantic, desperate survivor of the civil wars. It is calm, heavy, and permanent. The fires still happen, and the floods still come. But there is a sense now that the city can withstand them. Augustus has given the empire a face, and it is a face of serene, unshakable confidence. But stone is cold. Marble cannot love you back. And as Augustus walks through his beautiful freezing city, he knows that the moral rot of Rome cannot be fixed with a chisel. He has rebuilt the walls, but now he must try to rebuild the souls of the people living inside them. And that, he will find, is a task far harder than moving mountains of rock. The marble dust has settled, leaving a city that gleams white under the Mediterranean sun. But Augustus, the architect of this new world, is not satisfied with surface beauty. He looks past the polished columns and into the private courtyards of the Roman elite, and he does not like what he sees. It is the year 18th BCE. The aristocracy, the class that led Rome to greatness, is partying itself into extinction. They are marrying late, if at all. They are divorcing with the frequency of changing seasons. They are having few legitimate children, preferring the freedom of childless luxury to the burden of raising heirs. The old names, the Scipios, the Fabii, the Metelli, are vanishing from the census rolls, replaced by silence. Augustus sees this not just as a moral failing, but as a national security crisis. Who will lead the legions? Who will govern the provinces? If the best families of Rome refuse to reproduce, the empire will be inherited by strangers. And so, the man who rebuilt the temples decides to rebuild the Roman family. He attempts a feat of social engineering that makes his construction projects look simple. He tries to legislate desire. He introduces the leges Julia, the Julian laws. These are a series of radical, intrusive statutes designed to force Romans to marry and multiply. It is the heavy hand of the state reaching directly into the bedroom. The laws are a mix of carrot and stick. On one hand, he offers the ius trium liberorum, the right of 3 children. A father of 3 is fast-tracked for political promotion. He is exempted from certain civic duties. A mother of 3 is granted legal independence from her husband or father, a massive incentive in a patriarchal society. On the other hand, the penalties for staying single are brutal. Bachelors are forbidden from attending public games. A social death sentence in entertainment-obsessed Rome. They are blocked from receiving inheritances. Imagine the scene in the Forum as these laws are read out. The wealthy young men of Rome, who enjoy their wine, their poetry, and their freedom, listen in horror. The state is essentially taxing their bachelorhood. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal but telling, of a public protest in the theatre. The knights, the equestrian class, clamor for the repeal of the laws. Augustus, unfazed, calls for the children of the few married men present to be brought to him. He bounces the toddlers on his knees, pointing to them and saying to the crowd, "These are the men who will save the state. You are its ruin." But the most shocking part of the legislation concerns adultery. For centuries, adultery in Rome was a private family matter, handled behind closed doors by a council of relatives. Augustus drags it into the criminal court. He makes sexual infidelity a crime against the state. If a wife is caught with a lover, her husband must divorce her and prosecute her, or he risks being charged with pandering. The penalties are severe. The woman loses half her dowry and a third of her property, and is banished to a desolate island for life. She can never remarry. The lover, too, is exiled, and in a clause that echoes the savage justice of the early republic, a father who catches his daughter in the act in his own house is legally permitted to kill her and her lover on the spot. It is a terrifying assertion of power. Augustus is declaring that the bodies of Roman citizens belong to the empire. Their virtue is not personal, it is political. He casts himself as the cura morum, the guardian of morals. He wants a Rome that is stoic, disciplined, and fertile. He wants a return to the mythical days of the early republic, where men were farmers and women spun wool. Scholars have long debated the sincerity of this moral crusade. Was Augustus a genuine Puritan, shocked by the decadence of his age? Or was this a cynical political move to curry favor with the conservative countryside and distract from his own monarchical power? It is worth remembering that Augustus himself was hardly a saint. His youth was filled with scandals, and his marriage to Livia began with a scandalous divorce. There is a soft, dark humor in the image of the emperor, a man who once reportedly dressed as the god Apollo for a decadent feast of the 12 gods during the famine, now lecturing senators on the sanctity of marriage. When challenged on his own past, he lightly offered a steely glare that discouraged follow-up questions. The reaction of Roman society is a mix of public compliance and private rebellion. Ovid, the brilliant, irreverent poet of the age, captures the mood perfectly. While Augustus is passing laws to ban adultery, Ovid is writing The Art of Love, Ars Amatoria, a witty, scandalous guide on how to seduce women in public places, how to cheat without getting caught, and how to find lovers at the very games Augustus sponsors. Ovid is the voice of the counterculture, the giggle in the back of the classroom while the headmaster is speaking. He reminds us that you can pass a law against passion, but you cannot enforce it. Yet Augustus persists. He pushes the Senate to accept the laws. He promotes Livia as the living embodiment of the ideal Roman matron. She is always there, modest, dignified, the mother of the country, standing beside him in her homespun wool. They are the poster couple for the campaign. Look at us, the propaganda says. We are powerful, yet we are simple. Be like us. But there is a tragic irony coiling like a snake at the heart of this moral revolution. The laws apply to everyone, even the emperor's family, especially the emperor's family. Augustus has drawn a line in the sand, unaware that the person most likely to cross it is the one he loves most. His daughter, Julia, is growing up. She is the widow of Marcellus, now the wife of Agrippa. She is intelligent, beautiful, and full of a dangerous vitality. She loves literature, fashion, and witty conversation. She is a woman of the new, golden Rome, not the old rustic one. While her father preaches austerity, she plucks her eyebrows and wears translucent silk. For now, the tension is hidden. Agrippa is a steadying influence, and Julia does her duty, producing children for the dynasty, Gaius and Lucius Caesar, born in quick succession. Augustus is delighted. He adopts the boys as his own sons, finally securing the male heirs he has desperately needed. The right of 3 children seems to be working in the palace, at least. He lavishes affection on his grandsons, teaching them to read, to swim, to mimic his own handwriting. He is building the future, one lesson at a time. But the leges Iuliae hang over the city like a storm cloud. They create a culture of informers and paranoia. Servants are bribed to spy on their mistresses. Enemies use accusations of adultery to destroy political rivals. The privacy of the Roman home is shattered. Augustus has tried to turn the messy, human reality of life into a disciplined army camp, and he is finding that the human heart is a rebellious province. As the sun sets on the forum, illuminating the bronze tablets where the new laws are inscribed, The city feels tense. The marble is cold, the laws are hard, and the emperor is watching. He has conquered the world. He has defeated the pirates. He has tamed the Senate. Now, he is fighting a war against human nature itself. It is a war he cannot win, but he is Augustus. He does not know how to surrender. He believes he can mold the soul of Rome just as easily as he molded its skyline. He is wrong, and the cost of that error will be paid not in gold, but in the wreckage of his own happiness. The night air of June in the year 17 BCE is thick with anticipation and the scent of burning sulfur. The city of Rome has not slept for days. Heralds have been walking the streets for weeks, crying out a phrase that sends a shiver down the spine of every listener. Come to games that no living man has seen and no living man will ever see again. It is the call to the ludi saeculares, the secular games. This is not a gladiator match or a chariot race. It is a ritual of cosmic alignment, a massive spiritual turning of the page. The Romans believed that history moves in cycles, or saecula, lasting roughly 110 years, the longest span of a human life. When a saeculum ends, the slate must be wiped clean. The old sins, the civil wars, the grief of the Iron Age must be buried so that a golden age can begin. And Augustus, the master of timing, has decided that the new age begins now. The festival begins not in the bright sunlight of the forum, but in the deep, mystical gloom of the night. We find ourselves on the banks of the Tiber, at a spot called the Tarentum, a place associated with the underworld. It is midnight. The river flows black and silent, reflecting the light of thousands of torches held by the faithful. Augustus stands by the altar. He is 46 years old now, his hair graying slightly, but his presence is electric. Beside him stands Agrippa, his loyal partner. They act as a pair of high priests, the twin pillars of the state. In the flickering light, they offer sacrifices not to the bright gods of the sky, but to the Morae, the Fates. These are the ancient, terrifying sisters who spin the thread of life and cut it when they choose. Augustus sacrifices 9 female lambs to them. The air fills with the heavy, sweet smoke of the Holocaust. He prays for the stability of the empire, asking the Fates to spin a thread of gold for Rome. It is a scene of haunting power. The most powerful man on earth bowing before the invisible forces of destiny, asking for permission to continue. For 3 consecutive nights, these dark rituals continue. On the second night, they sacrifice to the Aletheia, the goddesses of childbirth. This is a deliberate callback to his moral laws. He is praying for babies, for mothers, for the replenishment of the Roman stock. On the third night, they sacrifice a pregnant sow to Terra Mater, Mother Earth. It is a celebration of fertility, of the bumper crops that come with peace. The symbolism is thick and rich. The earth is fertile again because the blood of civil war has stopped flowing. The sensory atmosphere is one of solemn magic. The chanting of priests, the crackle of the fire, the utter silence of the massive crowd watching the smoke rise into the star-streaked sky. They are burying the past. They are putting the ghosts of Philippi and Actium into the ground forever. But as the sun rises on the third day, the mood shifts from darkness to blinding light. The action moves up to the Palatine Hill, to the gleaming white marble temple of Apollo that Augustus has built next to his own house. Apollo is the god of the sun, of music, of reason, of order. He is Augustus's patron, the anti-Dionysus. The scene is breathtaking. The white marble is so bright, it hurts the eyes. And there, standing on the steps, are two choirs, 27 young boys and 27 young girls. They are the flower of the Roman aristocracy, chosen for their beauty and the fact that both their parents are still alive, a symbol of luck and unbroken lineage. They begin to sing. The hymn they sing has been commissioned specifically for this moment. It was written by Horace, the son of a freed slave who has become the poet laureate of the regime. It is the Carmen Saeculare. We still have the words today. The voices of the children rise in the clear morning air, high and pure, weaving a melody that floats over the heads of the Senate and the people. They sing to Apollo and Diana. They ask for the gods to protect the 7 hills. They ask for the laws on marriage to be successful. They sing of a Rome where faith, peace, honor, and ancient modesty have returned. Now faith and peace and honor and ancient modesty dare to return to our neglected homes, the children sing, and virtue, ignored for so long, appears again. It is a masterpiece of propaganda set to music. As the citizens listen, they are being told a story about themselves. They are being told that the bad times are over. They are being told that they are virtuous again. And because it is sung by children, with their innocent faces and clear voices, the cynicism of the older generation melts away. It is hard to argue with a choir of angels. Tears likely flow. Even the hardened veterans of the legions, standing guard at the perimeter, might feel a lump in their throats. Augustus has given them something more valuable than grain or coin. He has given them absolution. He has told them they are good people living in a good time. Scholars often point out the clever manipulation behind this festival. The calculation of the saeculum was flexible. The last games had been held less than 100 years prior. Augustus had his experts recalculate the dates based on some obscure or invented oracles to ensure the cycle ended exactly when he wanted it to end. He needed a spiritual climax to his reforms. He needed the gods to stamp his paperwork. And so, he bent time itself to fit his political schedule. But standing there in the sunlight, watching the smoke of incense curl around the statue of Apollo, no one cares about the math. They care about the feeling of arrival. The secular games mark the psychological high point of the reign. The anxiety of the early years is gone. The uncertainty of the succession seems managed. Agrippa is there, strong and capable. The grandsons, Gaius and Lucius, are toddlers, playing in the palace nurseries. The world is at peace. The Parthian Empire, Rome's great enemy in the east, has even returned the legionary standards captured from Crassus and Antony, a diplomatic victory that Augustus treats as a military triumph. The doors of Joannis are closed. The fields are full. The poets, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, Propertius, are writing works that will last forever. This is the Pax Augusta in full bloom. It is a time of immense, heavy stability. The empire feels like a vast, well-oiled machine. A merchant can load a ship in Alexandria with grain, sail to Ostia without fear of pirates, sell his cargo for stable Roman coin, and travel up the Tiber to see a play in the theater of Marcellus. The roads are paved. The aqueducts are flowing. The law is harsh, but it is predictable. For the average person, after a century of chaos, this boredom is paradise. Augustus stands at the center of it all, the quiet conductor of the symphony. He does not sit on a throne during the games. He sits on a magistrate's chair. He wears the toga of a citizen. But everyone knows the truth. The hymn is for Apollo, but the glory is for Augustus. He has become the state. His health is the state's health. His family is the state's family. As the festival winds down and the torches are extinguished, a strange, sweet melancholy settles over the city. The heralds were right. No one watching this will ever see it again. It is a once-in-a-lifetime moment of perfection. And like all moments of perfection, it carries the seed of its own end. The golden age is a beautiful idea, but gold is a soft metal. It scratches easily. And while the children sing of eternal peace, the biological clock of the dynasty is ticking. Agrippa is aging. The boys are just children. And the gods, who accepted the white lambs and the pregnant sow, are capricious. They have granted Rome a golden afternoon, but they have promised nothing about the evening. The crowds disperse. The smoke clears. The marble temples stand white and silent against the blue sky. Augustus returns to the Palatine, perhaps walking with a slight limp from the long days of standing. He has declared the new age. Now he has to live in it. And he will find that the golden age brings with it a new kind of trouble. Not the noise of war, but the quiet, rotting silence of domestic tragedy. The gods have been paid, but they always collect interest. The wheel of fortune turns slowly, but it grinds exceedingly fine. We move forward now to the year soothe BCE. The sensory landscape of Rome has shifted again. The golden glow of the secular games has faded into the hard, bright light of high noon. Augustus is 61 years old. His hair is white, his face deeply lined, but his power is absolute. In February of this year, the Senate bestows upon him the ultimate title, the capstone of his life's work, Pater Patriae, Father of the Country. The ceremony in the forum is emotional. Valerius Messala, speaking for the Senate, tells him, "Good fortune and divine favor attend thee and thy house, Caesar Augustus. For thus we feel that we are praying for lasting prosperity for our country and happiness for our city." Augustus, tears streaming down his cheeks, replies that he has achieved his highest ambition and has nothing left to ask of the immortal gods. But the gods, it seems, enjoy a cruel irony. At the very moment Augustus is crowned the father of the country, he is failing catastrophically as the father of his own family. The trouble begins, as it often does in Rome, with a death. 10 years earlier, in 12 BCE, Marcus Agrippa, the rock, the general, the husband of Julia, died. Augustus lost his right hand. Julia lost a stabilizer. In a panic to secure the succession, Augustus forced his stepson Tiberius to divorce his beloved wife and marry the widowed Julia. It was a disaster of chemical incompatibility. Tiberius is dour, serious, and hates city life. Julia is the first daughter of Rome. Witty, fashionable, surrounded by poets, and addicted to the spotlight. They loathed each other. Tiberius eventually fled Rome, exiling himself to the island of Rhodes just to get away from her, leaving Julia alone in the center of the world, and Julia, left unsupervised in a city that worships her, begins to rebel. She is 37 years old, beautiful, and bored. She treats the moral laws her father passed, the laws that banish adulterers to islands, as if they apply to other people. She holds late-night parties in the forum itself, drinking wine on the very rostra where her father speaks to the people. She places garlands on the statue of Marcius, a symbol of plebeian liberty. She takes lovers, not one or two, but many, and not just any men, but the cream of the Roman aristocracy, names like Scipio, Gracchus, and most dangerously, Iulus Antonius, the son of Mark Antony. For years, a wall of silence protects the emperor. Everyone in Rome knows what Julia is doing. The servants know, the senators know, the poets know. But no one dares to tell Augustus. He is the cura morum, the guardian of morals, to tell him that his own daughter is the most notorious woman in Rome is to court death. So, Augustus lives in a bubble of ignorant bliss, bouncing his grandchildren on his knee, while his daughter dismantles his reputation in the taverns. But bubbles always burst. In the late summer of Sturcan BCE, the truth finally pierces the palace walls. We do not know exactly how he found out. Some say a servant cracked. Others say he intercepted a letter. However it happens, the revelation is a physical blow that brings the old man to his knees. The list of lovers is read out. The details of the parties in the forum are described. It is not just heartbreak, it is humiliation. The man who lectured Rome on the sanctity of marriage has been running a brothel in his own house. Scholars have long argued about the severity of Augustus's reaction. Was it just about sex? Or was there a coup in the making? The presence of Iulus Antonius, the son of his old rival, suggests that this party might have been a political cabal planning to replace the aging emperor with a younger, more pliable regime centered around Julia. If so, her adultery was not just a sin, it was treason. This would explain why Augustus didn't just hush it up. The Roman way would have been to handle it quietly, but instead went nuclear. He writes a letter to the Senate, detailing his daughter's crimes in graphic, shameful detail. He refuses to see visitors. He refuses to see her. By making it public, he forces his own hand. He cannot show mercy. If he spares his daughter while exiling others, his moral authority collapses. He has to choose between being a father and being Augustus. He chooses Augustus. The judgment is swift and terrifying. Iulus Antonius commits suicide or is executed. The other lovers are exiled, and Julia, the golden child, the mother of the heirs, is arrested. She is banished to Pandateria, a tiny volcanic rock in the Tyrrhenian Sea, less than 2 square kilometers in size. It is a prison without bars. Augustus dictates the conditions of her imprisonment with a vindictiveness that speaks of a broken heart. She is forbidden from drinking wine. She is forbidden from wearing luxurious clothing. No man is allowed to set foot on the island without the emperor's personal written permission, and he demands to know the man's age, height, and complexion. He wants her to suffer the austerity she mocked in Rome. We can only imagine the sensory shock for Julia. One day, she is in a marble palace, surrounded by silk, laughter, and the hum of the greatest city on earth. The next, she is standing on a windswept cliff, listening to the endless lonely crash of waves against black rock, with only seagulls for company. She will spend the rest of her life in this saltwater purgatory. She will never see Rome again. Back in the capital, the people protest. They love Julia. She was generous, kind, and human. They crowd the forum, demanding her recall. They throw flowers at Augustus's feet, begging him to forgive her. But the father of the country is made of stone. He tells the mob, "I wish you had such daughters," cursing them with his own pain. When they persist, he shouts that fire will mix with water before she returns. He refers to her and her children as his 3 boils, painful ulcers on his flesh that must be lanced. Yet, in private, the silence of the palace is deafening. Livia is there, likely stoic, perhaps secretly relieved that the rival branch of the family has been disgraced, though she is too smart to show it. The grandsons, Gaius and Lucius, are now the only hope left. Augustus clings to them with a desperate intensity. He has sacrificed his past, the Republic, his friend, Agrippa, and now his child, Julia, to the God of Order. He is learning that power does not protect you from loss. It only magnifies the scale of the tragedy. There is a story that years later, a deeper, softer regret surfaced. Augustus was known to have said that if Agrippa or Maecenas had been alive, the scandal would never have happened. They would have checked me, he admits. He realizes that by outliving his friends, he has lost the only people who could tell him the truth or save him from his own rigidity. He is alone at the top of the pyramid he built. As night falls over the sea, 50 miles from the coast, a single lamp burns in a small villa on the island of Pondicherry. Julia sits in the dark, watching the stars. The same stars her father watched as a boy in Velletri. But the connection is broken. The sea between them is vast and cold. Augustus remains in Rome, walking the halls of a home that is now a fortress of virtue, perfect and empty. He has saved the law, but he has lost the light, and the shadows in the corners of the room are getting longer, reaching out for the grandsons who are playing on the floor, unaware that they are next in line for the curse of the Caesars. The years following Julia's exile are quiet, but it is the heavy, suffocating quiet of a house where a child has died. Augustus walks the halls of the Palatine, an old man of 72. He has outlived his enemies, his friends, and his happiness. But he still believes in one thing: the inevitability of Rome. He believes that the empire is a force of nature, expanding like a gas to fill the available space. He looks at the map of the north, at the wild blank spaces of Germania beyond the Rhine, and sees not a threat, but a future province. He believes the Pax Romana can be exported to the forests, that barbarians can be turned into taxpayers if you just build enough roads and law courts. In the year 9 CE, that belief is marched into the mud and murdered. The tragedy begins with a staffing decision. To govern the wild new territory of Germania, Augustus sends Publius Quinctilius Varus. Varus is a man of the Senate, a creature of dinner parties and legal disputes. He has served in Syria, where he grew rich governing a peaceful, civilized province. He treats Germania the same way, as a place already conquered, just waiting for the paperwork to be filed. He travels with immense baggage trains, carrying luxury furniture, wine, and law books. He is not a general on campaign. He is an administrator on tour. He does not see the sullen faces of the tribesmen or the hatred smoldering in the villages. He sees only what he wants to see: Rome bringing the light to the savages. But walking beside him, eating at his table, is the man who will snuff out that light. His name is Arminius. He is 25 years old, a prince of the Cherushi tribe, but he is also a Roman citizen, an equestrian, and a commander of auxiliary cavalry. He speaks perfect Latin. He wears a toga. He smiles at Varus and calls him friend. Varus trusts him implicitly. Why wouldn't he? Arminius is the success story, the proof that the system works. But behind the Roman mask, Arminius is purely German. He sees Varus taxing his people, treating free warriors like slaves, and dispensing Roman justice in a land that rules by blood feud. He quietly, patiently organizes a coalition of tribes. When other Germans try to warn Varus that Arminius is a traitor, Varus laughs. He dismisses the warnings as petty tribal jealousy. He walks into the trap with his eyes wide open, blinded by arrogance. In September of 9th CE, the trap snaps shut. Varus is leading 3 full legions, the 17th, 18th, and 19th, along with cavalry and civilians, back towards their winter quarters. Arminius suggests a shortcut through the forest. The column enters the Teutoburg forest, a nightmare landscape of ancient oaks, ravines, and swamps. The weather turns. A massive storm breaks, turning the dirt tracks into sucking mud. The Romans are weighed down by their armor, their shields waterlogged and heavy. The column stretches out for miles, a thin, vulnerable snake winding through the dark trees. Then the forest comes alive. It begins with javelins flying from the shadows. Then the screaming charge of warriors who know every root and rock of this terrain. The Romans are trapped. They cannot form their famous battle lines. They are jammed together, slipping in the mud, unable to maneuver. It is not a battle. It is a claustrophobic, 3-day-long butchery. The discipline of the legions, usually their greatest weapon, becomes their tomb. They try to build a camp. It is overrun. They try to break out. They are cut down. The sensory horror of the Teutoburg forest is absolute. The rain washing blood into the bog, the terrifying war cries of the Germans, the silence of the Roman trumpets as the centurions fall one by one. On the 3rd day, realizing all is lost, Varus performs his final act as a Roman commander. He does not fight to the death. He takes his own sword and falls upon it. It is the noble way out, but to his men, dying in the mud, it must have looked like the ultimate abandonment. With the general dead, the resistance collapses. The Germans sweep in. They take no prisoners. They slaughter the survivors. They nail the heads of centurions to the trees as offerings to their dark gods. 3 eagles, the sacred standards of the legions, are captured. In the eyes of Rome, this is worse than death. It is the loss of the legion's soul. The news travels slowly, carried by terrified stragglers who manage to slip through the net. When it reaches Rome, the shock is physical. The city has grown used to victory. They have forgotten what it feels like to lose. And this is not just a defeat. It is an annihilation. 10% of the entire imperial army has vanished in a week. The endless empire has hit a wall it cannot break. The reaction of Augustus is one of the most famous and haunting images of antiquity. The historian Suetonius tells us that the old emperor breaks down completely. He stops cutting his hair and beard, a sign of deep mourning. He wanders the marble halls of the palace, sleepless, his eyes hollow. He is seen banging his head against the doorposts, shouting into the empty air, Quintilivar, legionis rede. Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions. It is the cry of a man who realizes that his control is an illusion. He can build temples. He can write laws. He can exile his daughter. But he cannot bring back the dead. He cannot undo the rain and the trees. For months, a panic grips the city. Augustus posts guards throughout Rome, terrified of a German invasion or a domestic uprising. He forcibly conscripts men to rebuild the army, stripping slaves of their status to fill the ranks, because the citizens are too afraid to enlist. The golden age has suddenly turned grey. Scholars today look at the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest as one of the pivotal moments in world history. Before this battle, the Romans believed their empire had no boundaries. They believed the ocean was the only limit. After this battle, the psychological map changed. Augustus realizes that Germania is not worth the blood. He pulls the border back to the Rhine River. It is a decision that shapes the future of Europe. Because of this defeat, the lands east of the Rhine remain German, not Roman. The linguistic and cultural divide between Latin Europe, France, Spain, Italy, and Germanic Europe is drawn in the mud of that forest. If Varus had won, we might all be speaking a dialect of Latin today. But for Augustus, it is personal. The loss haunts him for the rest of his life. He never allows the legions 17th, and 19 to be reconstituted. Their numbers are retired from the rolls, missing teeth in the smile of the army, a permanent memorial to the disaster. He becomes more cautious, more defensive. The vibrant, aggressive expansionism of his youth is gone. He is an old man protecting what he has left, looking at the northern horizon with a new, deep fear. The site of the battle was lost for 2,000 years, becoming a myth in itself. But in the late 20th century, amateur archaeologists in Calgary's Germany found lead sling bullets, Roman coins, and a face mask from a Roman helmet in the soil. They found the bones of men and mules still lying where they fell, unburied. The earth had kept the secret that Augustus tried to shout away. As the year 9 CE ends, the mood in Rome is somber. The winter fires burn low. The people look at the aged emperor and see a man cracking under the weight of the world. He has given them peace, yes, but he has also shown them that the peace is fragile. The ghost of Varus joins the ghosts of Marcellus, Agrippa, and the Republic. The palace is full of shadows, and in the background, watching the old man unravel, is the one man who stands to gain from it all. Tiberius, the exile, the gloomy soldier, is the only one left who knows how to fight a war. Augustus knows he has to call him back. The Golden Prince is dead. The German prince is a traitor. Only the unloved stepson remains to hold the shield. The gods, it seems, are not content with taking the legions in the forest. They now come for the nursery. We enter the darkest final chapter of Augustus's personal life, a period where the golden light of the Pax Romana is filtered through the black veil of mourning. The year is 2 CE. The hope of the empire rests entirely on the shoulders of two young men, Gaius and Lucius Caesar, the sons of Julia and Agrippa. The boys Augustus adopted and raised to be the perfect princes. They are the princes of youth, their faces stamped on coins, their statues erected in every town square. They are the guarantee that the chaos will not return. But fate is a sniper, and it picks them off with terrifying precision. First, it is Lucius. He is sent to Spain to gain military experience, a safe, quiet posting. But on the way, in the port city of Massilia, modern Marseille, he falls ill. It is sudden and strange. Within days, the younger heir is dead at the age of 18. The news strikes Rome like a thunderclap. Augustus is shaken, but he still has Gaius. Gaius is the older, the stronger, the one currently in the east, negotiating with the Parthians. He is the spare who has become the heir. But 18 months later, the second blow lands. Gaius is in Armenia, conducting a siege. It is a minor skirmish, a police action. He agrees to meet a local leader for a parley. During the meeting, in a moment of treachery, he is wounded. It doesn't seem fatal at first. just a flesh wound. But the wound festers. Gaius, usually vibrant, falls into a deep, lingering depression. He writes to Augustus asking to retire, to live as a private citizen. He has lost the will to rule. And then, on February 21st, 4th CE, in a small town in Turkey called Limera, the life flickers out of him. He is 23. The silence in the palace on the Palatine is absolute. Augustus is 66 years old. He has buried his nephew, his best friend, and now both his sons. The nursery is empty. The dynasty is dead. Rumors swirl through the streets like poisonous fog. The people whisper the name of Livia. They point out the suspicious timing. How convenient that every rival to her own son, Tiberius, seems to die young. Tacitus, the master of innuendo, will later write of the stepmother's malice, painting Livia as a serial killer in a stola, clearing the path to the throne with poisoned figs and tainted needles. Is it true? Modern historians largely say no. The death rates in the ancient world were appalling. Malaria and infection did not check for royal blood before killing. It is more likely that the house of Augustus was simply the victim of the same statistics that killed half of all Roman children before adulthood. But the truth matters less than the mood. The mood is paranoid. The family is cursed. Augustus has no choice left. He looks around the empty room and sees only one man standing in the corner, grim, silent, and available. Tiberius. Tiberius has returned from his self-imposed exile in Rhodes. But he is not a triumphant hero. He is a ghost of a man. 45 years old, broad-shouldered, strong, but possessing a personality that sucks the oxygen out of a room. He is a brilliant general, perhaps the best Rome has left, but he has zero charisma. He hates the mob. He hates the games. He speaks slowly, with a cryptic, aristocratic arrogance that makes people feel stupid. Augustus famously dislikes him, once remarking on his sour nature and pitying the Roman people for having to be chewed by such slow jaws. But Augustus is, above all, a pragmatist. He knows he cannot leave the empire to chaos. He needs a safe pair of hands, even if those hands are cold. On June 26th, 4th CE, a grim ceremony takes place. Augustus formally adopts Tiberius as his son and heir. But even in this moment of elevation, Augustus cannot resist a final controlling twist. He forces Tiberius to adopt his own nephew, Germanicus, as his heir. Germanicus is charismatic, handsome, and beloved. Everything Tiberius is not. The message is brutal and clear. You are the placeholder, Tiberius. You will keep the seat warm for the boy I actually like. Tiberius accepts. He always accepts. He is the ultimate soldier, obedient to a fault. He takes on the burden of the empire, not with joy, but with a heavy, resentful duty. He steps back into the role of the workhorse. He goes immediately to the Rhine to fix the disaster left by Varus. He marches the legions. He secures the borders. He does the hard, unglamorous work of saving the state, while Augustus stays in Rome, mourning the beautiful boys who died. There is a tragedy to Tiberius that is often overlooked. He was a man who wanted to be a professor or a quiet administrator, forced by destiny to be a tyrant. He loved his first wife, Vipsania, and was forced to leave her for Julia, whom he hated. He wanted to live in peace on Rhodes and was dragged back to Rome. He is the reluctant emperor, the man who never asked for the power he wielded so effectively. The final decade of Augustus's reign is defined by this strange, cold partnership. The old man and the middle-aged soldier work together like two cogwheels that don't quite mesh, but turn the machine anyway. They pass laws, they organize the senses, they suppress a massive rebellion in the Balkans, the Great Illyrian Revolt, which Tiberius crushes with methodical brutality. It is a government of competence without warmth. The sensory atmosphere of the court changes. The poetry stops. Ovid, the last voice of the fun, scandalous era, is exiled to the frozen shores of the Black Sea for a mysterious poem and a mistake. The lights are dimming. Augustus is old, his body failing, his digestion ruined. He eats only coarse bread, small fish, and figs. He wears 4 tunics in the winter to keep out the chill. He is shrinking, physically and emotionally. Yet, he is still the master. He writes his final statement to the world, the res gestae divi Augusti, the deeds of the divine Augustus. It is a list of his achievements, to be carved on bronze pillars after his death. In it, he lists the money he gave, the buildings he built, the kings he conquered. He does not mention the purges. He does not mention the defeat in the forest. He does not mention the heartbreak. He is curating his own immortality, editing his life story down to the bullet points of glory. As he looks at Tiberius, now effectively the co-emperor, Augustus must have felt a mix of relief and regret. The structure will hold. The legions will obey this grim, large man. Rome will not burn, but the spark is gone. The republic he pretended to restore is fading into a military autocracy, run by men who follow orders other than ideals. He has built a fortress, and he is handing the keys to the head jailer. And so, the stage is cleared for the final act. The other actors have all left the stage, dead, exiled, or silenced. Only the architect remains, checking the foundations one last time, making sure the stone is strong enough to bear the weight of the future. He is ready to leave, but he wants to make sure the applause is guaranteed before the curtain falls. The summer of 14C brings a dry, brittle heat to the Campus Martius, the field of Mars that stretches between the city walls and the bend of the Tiber. Once, this was a place for soldiers to drill and horses to run. Now, it is a city of tents and tables, a labyrinth of bureaucracy swarming with flies and citizens. The air smells of sweating bodies, hot dust, and the sharp tang of fresh wax. It is time for the census. For the third and final time in his long life, Augustus is counting his people. He sits on a raised tribunal, shaded by a purple awning. Beside him sits Tiberius. The contrast is striking. Augustus is 76 years old, frail, his skin like parchment, his eyes rheumy, but still possessing that penetrating, unnerving stare. He wears his 4 tunics to ward off the drafts, a woolen wrap around his legs, looking less like a god and more like a grandfather who feels the cold too easily. Tiberius, at 55, is solid, muscular, and utterly miserable. He hates the crowds. He hates the noise. He sits with the grim patience of a man waiting for a tooth to be pulled, likely wishing he were back in a military camp where the only list that mattered was the roster of the watch. But for Augustus, this is not a chore. It is a sacrament. The census is the heartbeat of the Roman state. It is the ritual that defines who is a Roman and who is not. For months, citizens have traveled from the countryside, lining up to declare their names, their property, their wives, and their children. Scribes hunch over tablets, scratching down the data that fuels the empire: name, tribe, father's name, age, property value. The sound of the empire is no longer the clash of swords. It is the scratching of the stylus. When the final tally is brought to Augustus, the numbers are staggering. 4,937,000 Roman citizens. Historians and demographers still fight a quiet war over this number. In the days of the Republic, the census counts rarely topped 500,000. How did the population explode tenfold? Did Augustus preside over the greatest baby boom in history? Or did he simply change the rules of the count, finally tallying women and children who had been invisible to the state before? It is a scholarly mystery, but to Augustus, the specific methodology matters less than the magnitude. The number represents survival. It represents millions of people who are not dying in civil wars, not starving in famines, not being sold into slavery. He looks at the sea of heads bobbing in the Campus Martius, the farmers, the shopkeepers, the freedmen, and he sees the vindication of his life's work. He has farmed peace, and this is the harvest. This final census is also a passing of the torch. By conducting it jointly with Tiberius, Augustus is showing the world that the system is transferable. The powers of the censor, the power to judge morals, to expel senators, to count souls, now belong to the stepson as much as the father. The bureaucracy is no longer a personal fiefdom. It is a machine. And like any good machine, it is designed to run without its inventor. Augustus is meticulously making himself obsolete. He is transferring the passwords, handing over the keys, teaching Tiberius how to jiggle the handle to make the door open. It is during these quiet, dusty days of counting that Augustus puts the finishing touches on his own final report. He calls it the Res Gestae Divi Augusti, the deeds of the divine Augustus. It is a text that will be carved onto bronze pillars in front of his mausoleum and copied onto stone walls across the empire, from the deserts of Turkey to the curious eyes of modern tourists. It is not a memoir. It is a balance sheet. In the Res Gestae, Augustus writes with the dry precision of an accountant. He lists the money he donated. I paid out 600 million sesterces for lands. He lists the shows he sponsored. I gave gladiatorial shows 3 times in my own name and 5 times in the names of my sons. He lists the kings he restored and the pirates he suppressed. It is a document of breathtaking ego, but also of strange humility. He barely mentions his emotions. He never mentions his defeats. He presents himself as a servant who simply did what was necessary. He writes, I found the state oppressed by the tyranny of a faction, and I restored it to liberty. It is the official story, the authorized biography carved in rock, designed to drown out the whispers of critics like Tacitus for eternity. There is a moment of dark humor in the proceedings. During the census ritual, an eagle, the bird of Jupiter, the symbol of power, circles the Campus Martius. The people point and gasp, taking it as a good omen. The bird then swoops down and lands on a nearby temple, specifically on the first letter of Agrippa's name inscribed on the frieze. The superstitious Romans freeze. Is it a sign? A warning? Augustus, who has spent a lifetime manipulating omens, likely watches the bird with a wry smile. He knows that omens are like clay. You shape them into whatever meaning you need. He probably tells Tiberius that the eagle is simply saluting their old friend Agrippa, while Tiberius lightly grumbles that the bird is just looking for a pigeon to eat. As the census closes, a solemn sacrifice is performed, the lustrum. A bull, a ram, and a pig, are led around the assembled citizens and then slaughtered to purify the people. The smoke rises, thick and greasy, mixing with the summer haze. Augustus washes his hands. He has counted the flock. He has purified the state. His duty is done. He feels the end coming. He is not afraid of it. He is prepared for it. He has planned his funeral with the same obsessive detail he applied to the grain supply. He has written his will. He has left instructions for the Praetorian Guard. He has even written a summary of the empire's military and financial resources, a sort of Empire for Dummies guide for Tiberius. So the new emperor won't be blindsided by the budget. But amidst the paperwork, there is a lingering sensory sadness. He looks at Rome, his city of marble, and knows he is seeing it for the last time. The sun hitting the golden roof of the temple of Jupiter, the noise of the Subura, the cool rush of the Aqua Virgo. He has been the princeps, the first citizen, for 40 years. Most of the people standing in the Campus Martius have never known a world without him. He is not just a ruler, he is the era. He is the furniture of their lives. The idea of a world without Augustus is as strange to them as a world without the Tiber. He decides to leave Rome. The city is too hot, too loud, too full of business. He wants to go south, to the coast, to the fresh air of Campania. He tells Tiberius they will travel together part of the way as Tiberius heads to Illyricum. It is a final road trip for the odd couple of history. The old man packs his things. He takes his favorite traveling litter. He takes his doctors. He leaves the bronze pillars and the golden shields behind. As his convoy rolls out of the Appian Gate, passing the tombs of the ancestors, Augustus might have looked back at the walls of Rome. He leaves behind a machine of government so robust that it will function for centuries, even under madmen like Caligula and Nero. The census is filed, the citizens are counted, the structure is sound, the architect is tired, and he is going home to rest. The noise of the city fades into the rhythmic crunch of wheels on stone, moving south towards the final silence. The road south is warm and dusty, winding through the vineyards of Campania, where the grapes are heavy and purple, waiting for the harvest. It is August 1400 CE. The imperial entourage moves slowly, a long snake of carriages and horsemen. Inside the lead litter, shielded from the glare of the sun, Augustus is in surprisingly high spirits. He is 76 years old, and though his body is frail, a bundle of bones wrapped in wool, his mind is as sharp as a gladiator's sword. He is taking a final lap, a farewell tour of the Italian coast he loves. They stop at the island of Capri, his private paradise. Here, the Emperor of Rome sheds the weight of the world. He watches the local Greek boys training in the gymnasium, cheering them on, handing out gifts of fruit and money. He jokes with his companions, teasing a local luminary named Mascaba, whom he playfully calls Ctistes, the founder. For a few days, the mask of the princeps slips, revealing a grandfather enjoying the sun, the sea, and the simple pleasure of not being dead yet. But the body has its own schedule. On the return journey to the mainland, the stomach pains begin. It starts as a discomfort, then becomes a violent illness, likely dysentery, or simple old age finally calling time. He tries to push through, but by the time they reach Nola, a town near Naples, he can go no further. Fate, with its poetic sense of symmetry, intervenes. He is carried into the family villa at Nola, into the very same house, and indeed, the very same room where his biological father, Gaius Octavius, had died 72 years earlier. The circle is closing. The boy from Velletri has come back to the beginning. He knows this is the end. There is no panic, no frantic summoning of doctors to try new cures. Augustus has always been a realist. He summons Tiberius. The stepson had already left for Illyricum, marching north to the frontier, but he is overtaken by a fast messenger and turns back. When Tiberius arrives at Nola, dusty from the road, he enters the sick room. We do not know exactly what was said in that final private conference. Imperial propaganda would later claim that Augustus spent hours advising Tiberius on the state of the empire, passing the torch with noble words. Detractors would claim Tiberius arrived too late, and that Livia kept up the charade that Augustus was still alive while she secured the succession. But let us imagine the two of them, the charismatic architect and the gloomy engineer. Augustus likely gave him the final keys, the location of the will, the passwords for the guard, the warnings about the German frontier. He hands over the machine he built, trusting that Tiberius, for all his faults, is the only man strong enough to drive it. On the 19th of August, the final day dawns. The heat of the Campanian summer is kept at bay by thick curtains. Augustus is lucid. He calls for a mirror. It is a moment of supreme vanity, or perhaps supreme discipline. He orders his hair to be combed and his sagging jaws to be set straight. He wants to look like Augustus one last time. He will not die looking like a frightened old man. He will die looking like a statue. He calls his friends, the inner circle of the court, to his bedside. He looks at them, his eyes scanning the faces of men who have served him, feared him, and profited from him. He asks them a question that echoes through history, a line taken from the end of a Greek comedy. Did I play the part well? Then applaud as I exit. Acta est fabula, plaudit. The play is over. Clap your hands. It is a chilling, brilliant final statement. With these words, he admits what many had always suspected, that the restoration of the Republic, the first citizen, the modesty, the toga wearing, it was all a performance. He was an actor on the greatest stage in the world, playing the role of the reluctant ruler to perfection. He acknowledges that power is not a divine right. It is a construct, a fiction maintained by the skill of the performer. He asks not for tears, but for a review. Was I convincing? Did you believe me? It is the ultimate breaking of the fourth wall. The friends are dismissed. The audience leaves the theater. Now, only one person remains, Livia. She sits by the bed, the woman who has been his partner for 52 years. They have weathered scandals, exiles, deaths, and the crushing weight of empire. They have been a team of absolute, terrifying competence. Rumors will swirl later, whispered by Tacitus and repeated by Robert Graves, that Livia helped him die, perhaps with a poisoned fig, to ensure he didn't linger long enough to change his mind about the succession. It is a dramatic story, but it falls apart under scrutiny. Augustus was dying anyway. Livia had won. She didn't need poison, she just needed patience. The farewell to Livia is not theatrical. It is intimate. It is the only moment where the actor disappears and the man speaks. He looks at her, perhaps holding her hand, and says, Livia, nostri coniugi memor vive, ac vale. Livia, live mindful of our marriage, and farewell. It is a simple, heavy instruction. Remember what we built. Remember who we were. And then he drifts away. He had always prayed for a euthanasia, a good death, quick and painless, without a lingering struggle. The gods, in a final act of favor, grant him this wish. He kisses her. He slips into unconsciousness. And just like that, without a gasp or a struggle, the breath stops. The master of the world is gone. The room is silent. Outside, the cicadas are singing in the cypress trees. The servants are waiting. Livia checks for a pulse. She closes his eyes. She is now the most powerful woman in the world, the matriarch of the dynasty, the keeper of the flame. But in that moment, she is just a widow in a quiet room. Immediately, the machinery of the state kicks into gear. Livia seals off the house. She sends out bulletins that the emperor is recovering, then failing, then recovering again, managing the news cycle until Tiberius is firmly in control of the situation. It is the final service she performs for him, ensuring that his death, like his life, is orderly. When the announcement is finally made, the reaction in Rome is a strange, muffled shock. Most people cannot remember a time before Augustus. He was the sun in the sky. His absence feels unnatural. There is grief, certainly. The veterans weep. The common people worry about the grain supply. But there is also fear. The lid has been taken off the jar. Will the civil wars return? Will the legions march? They look to Tiberius, the grim soldier, and they hold their breath. Scholars often argue about who Augustus really was in these final moments. Was he a cynic who laughed at the world for believing his lies? Or was he a stoic who believed that duty was a role and playing it well was the highest virtue? Perhaps he was both. He understood that civilization is a thin veneer, a play we all agree to participate in so that we don't kill each other in the mud. He wore the mask so the world wouldn't have to see the chaos underneath. The body is prepared. It will be carried back to Rome, not as a man, but as a relic. The procession will be a slow, weeping river of humanity moving north along the Appian Way. Senators will vie for the honor of carrying his bier. But in the cool, shadowed room at Nola, the comedy is finished. The applause has faded. The stage is empty. The quiet man from Velletri has exited the building, leaving behind a marble city and a world that will never be the same again. The journey from Nola to Rome is a slow, somber river of fire flowing north through the Italian night. It is September 14th CE. To avoid the crushing heat of the late summer sun, the funeral procession moves only in darkness. Torches line the Appian Way for miles, a corridor of flickering orange light guiding the father of the country home. The body of Augustus is carried not by slaves, but by the local senators and magistrates of each town it passes, a relay of honor. In the silence of the countryside, the only sounds are the tramping of feet, the creak of the bier, and the weeping of veterans who line the roadside, men who remember Actium, who remember the donatives, who remember the peace. They are saying goodbye, not just to a man, but to the anchor of their lives. When the procession reaches Rome, the city stops. The law courts close. The shops shutter. The Senate meets to arrange the final send-off, and in a display of competitive grief, senators propose honors that range from the grand to the absurd. One suggests the funeral procession should pass through the triumphal gate. Another suggests the month of August should be renamed September, because Augustus died in August. Tiberius, with his characteristic distaste for excess, waves most of these away. He wants the funeral to be dignified, Roman, and above all, controlled. On the day of the funeral, the body is placed on a bed of ivory and gold in the forum, though the body itself is hidden inside a coffin. Above it lies a wax effigy of the emperor, dressed in triumphal robes. It is a strange, uncanny sight. The perfect, unaging face of the statue staring out at the weeping crowd, while the real, frail body lies decomposing beneath. Tiberius stands on the rostra to deliver the eulogy. He speaks of Augustus's virtues, his service, his piety. It is a speech of dry, heavy facts, devoid of the soaring rhetoric of a Cicero. But perhaps that is fitting. Augustus was not a poet. He was a builder. He does not need flowery words. He needs a resume. The procession then moves to the Campus Martius, the field of Mars. Here, near the banks of the Tiber, a massive pyre has been built. It is a towering structure of wood, stacked 4 stories high, draped in gold and purple cloth, smelling of expensive incense and pine. The pyre stands in the shadow of the great Mausoleum Augustus, built decades ago, where the ashes of Marcellus, Agrippa, Octavia, and Gaius and Lucius are already waiting. The family is reuniting. The centurions light the fire. The wood is dry and soaked in oil. The flames roar upward instantly, a wall of heat that forces the crowd to step back. The smoke rises, thick and aromatic, spiraling into the clear blue sky. And then, in a moment of theatrical genius that Augustus himself would have approved of, an eagle is released from the top of the pyre. It circles the smoke, catching the updraft, and soars higher and higher until it disappears into the heavens. The crowd gasps. To the Roman mind, this is not a metaphor. It is the literal soul of the emperor ascending to join the gods. A chaotic mix of grief and awe sweeps through the Campus Martius. And to ensure the point sticks, a former praetor named Numerius Atticus later swears on oath that he saw the spirit of Augustus rise from the flames. Livia, ever the pragmatist, pays him 1,000,000 sesterces for his testimony. It is the final transaction of the reign, a bribe to secure a godhood. With the fire burning down to embers, the mortal life of Gaius Octavius ends, and the eternal life of Divus Augustus, the divine Augustus, begins. The Senate formally votes to deify him. Temples are built, priests are appointed. He joins the pantheon of the state he saved. But the true divinity of Augustus is not found in the temples. It is found in the silence of the empire. As the smoke clears, Rome looks around and realizes the world has not ended. There is no civil war. There are no proscriptions. The legions on the Rhine stay in their camps. The grain ships arrive at Ostia on schedule. Tiberius steps into the role of emperor with a seamless, terrifying efficiency. The machine works. This is the ultimate triumph of the quiet man from Velletri. Alexander the Great's empire shattered the moment he died, his generals tearing it apart like wolves. Julius Caesar's death plunged the world into 15 years of blood. But Augustus built something that could survive him. He built a system that was stronger than any single individual. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace, will last for another 2 centuries. It will be the longest period of sustained peace and prosperity the Western world has ever known. Millions of people will be born, live, and die without ever seeing a war. They will drive on Augustan roads, drink from Augustan aqueducts, and obey Augustan laws. The map he drew will define the shape of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East for a millennium. Even today, the month of August is named for him. Every time we use the word emperor, prince, or palace from the Palatine Hill, we are speaking the language of his legacy. He was not a romantic hero. He was not a warrior poet. He was a man of cold calculation, selective cruelty, and infinite patience. He traded liberty for order, and he bet that history would forgive him. Standing by the cooling ashes of his pyre, looking at the city of marble he left behind, it is hard to say he was wrong. He found a world of brick, fragile, flammable, chaotic, and he left it a world of marble, cold, hard, and enduring. The fire is out now. The ashes are gathered by Livia, who will guard his cult for the rest of her life, a formidable high priestess of the memory she helped create. She places the urn in the mausoleum. The heavy bronze doors swing shut. The darkness inside is absolute, but outside, the sun is shining on the roofs of Rome. The forum is bustling. The lawyers are arguing cases. The beggars are asking for coins. The empire marches on, indifferent to the death of its founder, exactly as he intended. The shout of the Republic has faded into the distant past. The whisper of the empire is now the only sound in the world. And somewhere in that silence, the ghost of the boy who watched the stars in Velletri finally rests, his work done, his script finished, his role played to the very end. And so, the fire burns down to embers, and the smoke drifts away over the 7 hills, dissolving into the twilight. The shouting of the crowds in the Campus Martius fades into the soft, rhythmic breathing of the city at night. The great bronze doors of the mausoleum are closed, sealing the past away in the dark. Rome sleeps now. The marble columns, cool and white under the moon, stand watch over the empty streets. The Tiber flows on, silent and dark, just as it did when Augustus was a boy, just as it does tonight. The empire he built has turned into history, and history has turned into a story, whispered across the centuries to you. Let the weight of the legions, the marble, and the gold drift away from your mind. You do not need to carry the burden of an empire tonight. That work is done. The dates and the names are softening, melting into the gentle current of sleep. There is no more planning to do, no more battles to fight, no more masks to wear. The night is calm. The stars are wheeling overhead, the same stars that watched over Velletri, the same stars that watch over you now. You are safe in the quiet. Let the darkness wrap around you like a warm, heavy cloak. Let your breathing slow down, matching the steady, timeless flow of the river. Drift away from the forum. Drift away from the noise. There is only peace here. Quiet, enduring peace. Sweet dreams.